started, it got above wraps with Justice Barnes, who decided that it wasn't worth keeping those broken pages because the address that Madison wrote that Washington gave was better. But the first draft actually goes into such detail of Washington's thoughts on government. Incredible. Is one document
Good morning. My name is Bill Mayer, and I'm the Executive for Research Services here at the National Archives. Welcome to all of you here in the McGowan Theater and to those joining us online or via C-SPAN later. It's a good day to be inside, isn't it? As Executive for Research Services, I am privileged to work alongside the talented men and women who are responsible for ensuring the nation's permanent documentary history is preserved and made accessible. The National Archives welcomes millions of global citizens each year to view the Charters of Freedom, while thousands of researchers work in our research rooms nationwide every day, accessing original documents and making their own discoveries. Making access happen is a primary goal for our work, and I'm proud to be here today with you for today's event. I'm equally proud to be able to introduce to you a very special guest for the morning's welcome. David Ferriero was confirmed as Archivist of the United States on November 6, 2009. Early in 2010, he committed the National Archives and Records Administration to the principles of open government, transparency, participation, and collaboration. To better position NARA to fulfill these goals, Mr. Ferriero initiated an agency transformation in 2010. The transformation restructured the organization and set goals to further our mission, meet the needs of those who rely on us, and find new creative ways to approach the agency's work. Openness and access drive NARA's actions in a variety of ways. The agency has embraced a number of social media tools, Facebook, Twitter, blogs, Tumblr, YouTube, and others, to reach a wider and broader audience. NARA uses this digital engagement as a two-way street. Early in his tenure, Mr. Ferriero celebrated the contributions of citizen archivists, and he encourages public participation in identifying historical federal records and sharing knowledge about them. In fact, you can follow today's conversation by using hashtag PHDC2015. Access, preservation, and protection go hand in hand, and NARA has taken significant steps to ensure that future generations will continue to enjoy access to federal records. Previously, Mr. Ferriero served as the Andrew W. Mellon Director of the New York Public Libraries. He was part of the leadership team responsible for integrating the 4 research libraries and 87 branch libraries into one seamless service for users, creating the largest public library system in the United States and one of the largest research libraries in the world. Before joining NYPL in 2004, Mr. Ferriero served in top positions at 2 of the nation's major academic libraries, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and Duke University in Durham, North Carolina. In those positions, he led major initiatives including the expansion of facilities, the adoption of digital technologies, and a re-engineering of printing and publications. A Navy veteran, Mr. Ferriero served as a Navy corpsman during the Vietnam War. Please join me in welcoming to the podium the 10th Archivist of the United States, David S. Ferriero.
Thank you, Bill, and welcome to my house, all of you. I'm glad you could join us this morning in the William G. McGowan Theater in person, or those of you who are joining us by our YouTube channel, and a special welcome to those who are joining us on C-SPAN. Today's program, Punctuating Happiness, is all about the document that is arguably the most famous one in our holdings, the Declaration of Independence. And throughout the day, you will hear from executives of the National Archives, historians, collectors, and more. And a special welcome, a sincere special welcome to Professor Danielle Allen, whose own research and passion for the topic has brought all of us here today. And I have to mention, since her mother is sitting in the room, Danielle's mother is an old friend, Susan Allen, from the Getty Library, and she runs the California Rare Book School, so it's a special treat to have you in the audience today. Over 1 million, yes. Over 1 million people visit the Rotunda each year to see the Declaration of Independence. Citizens from every state of the Union, students of all ages from all over the world. They come to see this one-page document along with the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, the Charters of Freedom. To get you in the Declaration spirit, I encourage you to venture upstairs to the Rotunda and have a look for yourself. Then a few steps from the Rotunda at the entrance to the public vaults is the stone plate. In 1820, the Secretary of State John Quincy Adams ordered a man named William Stone to engrave a facsimile of the Declaration of Independence. This copper plate was used to make the prints in 1823 and again in 1976, which are also on display. Next week, we celebrate the 239th anniversary of the adoption of the Declaration by the Continental Congress in July of 1776. Out on the Constitution steps, the document will be read aloud by historical reenactors of the Founding Fathers. The Old Guard, the Fife and Drum Corps of the 3rd Infantry Division will perform, and families can visit the Learning Center upstairs and enjoy a number of activities around independence. Also, I urge you to visit the David Rubenstein Gallery and see our Records of Rights permanent exhibit. Just as you enter, you'll see the 1297 Magna Carta, which Mr. Rubenstein purchased and put on permanent display here. 2 weeks ago, I had the pleasure of traveling to Runnymede to celebrate the 800th anniversary of this document, the Great Charter, whose enduring principles of liberty may have inspired our founding fathers as they wrote the Declaration of Independence. The National Archives holdings contain billions of pages of records that grew out of our efforts to fulfill the promise of the Charters of Freedom. We opened our doors in 1935 with a mission to collect, protect, and preserve the records of the U.S. government, and most importantly, to make those records available so that the American people can hold its government accountable and learn from our past. We're the final destination for the most important records of the United States government. History comes alive here. We house the tangible reminders of where we have been and how far we have come. And each record, large or small, is a representation of a greater story. So thank you for joining us today. I look forward to a robust discussion, and I'll turn the podium back to Bill Mayer. Oh, and by the way, I forgot my sales pitch. This wonderful book is available upstairs in our gift shop. And if you haven't read it already, I encourage you to do so.
Thank you, David. All right, let's begin punctuating happiness, shall we? I had the opportunity to begin working with Professor Allen last year around about this time, timely enough in terms for the 4th of July celebrations. Professor Allen is the UPS Foundation Professor in the School of Social Science at the Institute for Advanced Study and author of Our Declaration and research paper, Punctuating Happiness. See, there's a theme we've established here. Professor Allen graduated from Princeton University with an A.B. in Classics in 1993, from Cambridge University with a PhD in Classics in 1996, and from Harvard with a PhD in Government in 2001. She taught at the University of Chicago and was Dean of the Division of Humanities from 2004 to 2007. She organized the Dewey Seminar, Education Schools in the State with Robert Wright. She currently serves as a trustee at Amherst College and is chair of the Pulitzer Prize Board. And in 2015, she will join the Government Department of Harvard University and will become the director of Harvard's Safra Center for Ethics. Joining Professor Allen on stage for our first panel will also be Seth Kaller, collection builder and dealer of historic documents at Seth Kaller Incorporated, James McClure, editor of the Jefferson Papers, and Richard Wendorf, director of the American Museum in Britain and visiting professor, Bath Spa University. Please welcome our panel to the stage, will you?
So I'm going to stay here because I'm starting off. So you all know where you're sitting, right?
So we do.
Great. Okay. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you so much for joining us. I want to start by thanking our hosts, the archives, the archivist, Mr. Ferriero, and Dr. Mayer, who is the director of the Research Services Division here at the National Archives. It's been extraordinary the way they've jumped into supporting my effort to bring more attention to the question of how we read the Declaration of Independence and how we think about the diversity of the Declaration's textual tradition. The conference, as you've heard, is called Punctuating Happiness, and that's because we are focusing really intently on the second sentence of the Declaration of Independence. So with my few moments here, I'm going to reintroduce that second sentence of the Declaration to you, say a few things about it, and then invite each of my panelists to expand based on their areas of expertise. We'll each speak for about 12 minutes, so that then should leave good time for questions from all of you. And I understand we may also have some questions coming in over email or Twitter possibly, so I'm not sure exactly how that works, but I imagine somebody will. That will become magically clear at the relevant point. So let me, as I said, reintroduce all of you to the second sentence of the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. So now I expect that all of you are not surprised by how long this sentence is. But as I have gone around the country talking about the Declaration, over and over again, people have expressed surprise at just how long this sentence is. And it's important to dwell on the length of it to recognize that there are two moments that happiness appears in the sentence. Of course, after pursuit of happiness, where we're talking about individual rights, and then down at the end of the sentence when we come to the people's responsibility for organizing government in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their shared or collective safety and happiness. So the sentence establishes an important balance between the individual and what's shared or united or collective for all of us. And as we look at this sentence, we realize that there are these 5 clauses, all of which start with that, all of which are self-evident truths dependent on that opening clause. We hold these truths to be self-evident. But as we spend more time with it even, then we come to realize the sentence is making an argument. We begin to see there's a theory of revolution in the sentence. But more significantly, we even see that there's a very specific logical structure underneath the sentence, a structure that philosophers would identify as a syllogism. So I'd like to remind everybody just exactly what a syllogism is to help us think about what's going on in this sentence. The conventional example, a syllogism is in fact a premise, and a conclusion, where the conclusion follows necessarily from the premises. I like to use Bill Gates instead of Socrates because these days people has a more immediate charge to think about Bill Gates in these terms, but take as the first premise of your syllogism, Bill Gates is a human being. We know that simply by observation. It's a basic fact, empirical fact. Second premise, all human beings are mortal. We also know that in a basic way based on empirical observation. And from those two premises, we can draw the conclusion that Bill Gates, too, is mortal, despite our grand perception of him. So that's a syllogism, and that's the underlying structure in the second sentence of the Declaration. So let's just make that clear. The first 3 clauses taken together are the first premise, that all men are created equal. Let's specify that. That means they've been endowed by their Creator with inalienable rights. We'll define those rights: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Those 3 clauses belong together as a single premise. They then lead us to the second premise, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. And then our big conclusion, which is the articulation of the theory of revolution, that whenever governments don't do this basic job of securing the rights that were in the first premise, the people need to change those governments so that they do their job. Now, a philosopher, a practicing philosopher with a PhD from a philosophy department would also insist that there's a missing premise in this syllogism, that all people have a right to whatever is necessary to secure what they have a right to. And once you do stick that missing premise in, it really is a logically secure syllogistic argument. It's important to stress that there's the structure of syllogism underneath the second sentence, because syllogisms were things that those who went to school in the 18th century learned about consistently in terms of how they learned to write. This is a page from a book by Isaac Watts. Most famous is the writer of hymns. So if you go into any church today and pick up a hymnal and flip through, you'll see an incredible number of hymns that were written by Isaac Watts. He also wrote the famous Busy Bee poem that you may remember. How does the busy little bee? But he also wrote this handbook on logic, a sort of book on the art of reasoning, which was published in England originally, but by 1789 had already gone through 16 editions. We know that because the 16th edition is a Philadelphia printing in 1789. And you'll see from this page, as he begins to describe what you do in logic, that a syllogism is a joining of several propositions together, and it produces an argument whereby we are wont to infer something that is less known from truths which are more evident. And the idea of self-evidence itself is closely connected to the use of syllogisms for forming arguments and reasoning in 18th century argumentative practice, rhetorical practice, and writerly practice. So why is it that when this syllogistic argument is as important as it is, the argument of the second sentence is as important as it is, because it gives us this theory of revolution, we've lost sight of that, the entirety of the argument there. And I would say that's because that we have a diverse textual tradition for the Declaration. We have multiple versions of the text, starting from as early as 1776. But let me start with the latest end, chronologically speaking, of our textual tradition. That's the National Archives. Oops, let me jump ahead. There we go. We can summarize the basic syllogism again. Sorry, from the Declaration, just to make it as simple as possible. All people have rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Properly constituted government is necessary to their securing their rights, and all people have a right to a properly constituted government. That's what it boils down to, fundamentally. But so, again, as I said, why is it that we lose track of that whole argument? If you go to the National Archives website, which comes up first on Google, and pull up the transcription of the Declaration, you get a text that has a period after happiness. There's good reason for this period. I'll come back to that in a moment, but it has a big influence. I was at an exhibit at the American Philosophical Society last summer where I stood behind a group of high school kids reading out a text of the Declaration that had this period in it. And they got to that, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they said, yes! And they turned around on their heels and they walked away. They didn't finish reading the sentence. And for good reason, again, because we teach kids that a period completes a thought. That when you get to the period, you're supposed to stop and understand that complete thought. So the period does affect our reading practice. And from my point of view, it shortchanges people in terms of giving them access to that whole syllogistic argument that I just showed you. Of course, it's not simply from Google that this comes. It comes from a long tradition. Here's the Stone Engraving. And when you look at it closely, you realize it's got that same period after pursuit of happiness right there. So that's from 1823, and that text has been our basic text of the Declaration since 1823. It is what we look to because it's legible. It has that great advantage of being beautiful and legible. But what about the parchment itself? As you know, this is its state. There is a mark after pursuit of happiness, but it's hard to tell. In fact, we'll hear more about this, whether it's a period or a comma. So does the parchment give us a single sentence or not? Very hard to say. How would we answer this question? What would we do about this mystery? Old humanities gave us the tools of philology. We call it building a textual family tree to try to figure out from one text to the next what you have on it. We also have new humanities these days, the capacity to use instrumentation like hyperspectral imaging, which can analyze the chemical formulation of ink on parchment or paper and figure out its layers and what might have been there. Both of these are tools that we can try to use to make sense of the mystery of what's on the parchment. As far as old humanities is concerned, there's a pretty straightforward story. We've got 7 manuscripts of the Declaration. They all punctuate as a single sentence. Then we've got Continental Congress's corrected minute book. It also punctuates as a single sentence. Jefferson was in charge of the committee overseeing publications in the summer of 1776. The first official printing, Dunlap's poster, punctuates as a single sentence. And the first text to use the period was an unauthorized newspaper printing by Benjamin Towne from July 6, 1776, in the Pennsylvania Evening Post. And it makes a striking difference. Look how different this looks in his newspaper when you get this printing on July 6th. We'll hear more about this printing. It circulated all over the colonies. So right from the get-go, from July 6th onwards, we had both versions circulating in the colonies of the Declaration. That which made the whole argument of the syllogism accessible, that which focused on the individual rights. To new humanities. We'll hear more about this on the 4th panel, so I won't say a lot about it, but this is a little example we'll probably see again from work done at the Library of Congress on Jefferson's original rough draft, where after the hyperspectral imaging, it was possible to see that beneath the word citizens, Jefferson had originally written subjects and changed it to citizens. So this is the kind of thing that new technologies can help us do. So where does that leave us? Let me conclude and hand it over to my colleagues simply by saying it leaves us with a diverse textual tradition. There isn't one text of the Declaration. We start with John Dunlap in terms of official printings. We have 4 official texts of the Declaration. His poster commissioned by Congress, which punctuates as a single sentence. Then we have Thompson's manuscript in Continental Congress's record book, which also punctuates as a single sentence. Then we have the parchment, where we can't tell. That's our mystery text. And then January 1777, we have Mary Catherine Goddard's printing, also commissioned by Congress, 1 copy for each of the 13 states. She puts a period after Pursuit of Happiness. So in our official tradition, the 4 early versions requested and commissioned by Congress, 2 punctuate as a single sentence, 1 is a mystery, and 1 splits the sentence into 2 with a period. All right? So we have a diverse textual tradition. I'm going to hand it over at this point to Mr. Kaller.
Thank you. As a dealer in historic documents and a collection builder, I often start at the end. There is ink on a piece of paper or parchment that I have to look at and figure out, is it real? What does it mean? Is it valuable historically or monetarily? Here, with any document, we've got all of the knowledge and all of the experience that led authors or scribes to put that ink on that medium. This particular document, the Declaration, I have a personal history with, because I can say that I'm here and got into the history field because of a trip that I took nearly 40 years ago to the National Archives. And looking at the Declaration of Independence, I, a somewhat bored student in school, was inspired by American history and the power of that document. And I saw the engrossed Declaration and felt a pride of ownership that I hope every American and even every human being can feel by reading the text from that document. Let's see if I can get to my PowerPoint. May need a little help with that just to find the right PowerPoint. Or I could give Danielle's speech again. Okay. I would add the last screen showed 4 official versions. That's mine.
All the PowerPoints are also down here.
Oh, okay.
Everybody's PowerPoints. Which one is yours?
Declaration presentation.
So the next person will be down here also.
Okay. Great. So I'm going to talk about preserving the image and proclaiming the news of independence. So starting more at the present, but then going back. And this is what we have today at the end, the Declaration engrossed manuscript that people still think of as the original Declaration of Independence, but it wasn't something that existed on July 4th or July 2nd when America declared its independence. But this is what we see today. And this is the stone facsimile created by, it's a copperplate engraving by William J. Stone. John Quincy Adams, who was Secretary of State, ordered it to be done in 1820. He had noticed that from handling, from people walking into the Secretary of State's office and saying, I'd like to see the Declaration of Independence, it was already deteriorating. And also there had been a couple of, not facsimiles, but decorative prints that were done in 1818, 1819, 1820 to showcase the Declaration of Independence this is just a couple of years after the War of 1812, where America's independence was really confirmed. Actually, I'm going to go back and just point to a couple of things on this, because besides mostly scholars in the audience, I know that there are some people watching online, and their first thought is probably, I have a Declaration of Independence, is it real? Well, the first, didn't mean that, okay. The first thing to look at to see whether you're looking at a Stone Declaration first edition is this little imprint up here and up there. And a second edition would have one, a smaller W.J. Stone right down there. So this is a decorative print of the Declaration that's still very valuable because there were only 200 copies that were ordered. Stone actually printed a 201st that he kept, and there was some scandal when people realized that, although that was the common practice, but his family solved it by donating that copy to the Smithsonian. And Danielle asked me to consider the Declaration engrossed manuscript and the Stone Declaration, and to talk a little bit about the process of the creation, because there is this story that Stone took the original manuscript, which he had for about 3 years, and used a chemical process to lift ink off of the original as the basis for his plate from which he engraved a copper plate from which the declarations were then struck. And if that were the case, it would tell us certain things about the exactness of the manuscript and the stone plate, which then we would know would be more original in a way, because you can't see the engrossed manuscript now, but if you're looking at an exact chemical-made copy that lifted ink from the original, then it really does connect very deeply. What I found is that it's a very difficult question to answer, and I'll show you why. This is from the engrossed manuscript. That's from the copper plate that's on display here now. This is from a paper printing of this stone with the first edition. This is from the vellum official stone, and this is from the second edition. And we've tried to compare different points in each of those to see if they tell us whether the chemical process was used and how exact the Stone Declaration is. We have found some interesting things, like this little mark here, a hickey, it's actually called, exists on some of the Stone Declarations, but not on all. So we don't know if that was on the original and faithfully copied, or if that was just created in a ding of the plate and then was copied in every subsequent edition. So there are very few points where we actually have enough information to make any real conclusions. This is a blow-up of the initial "the" in the Declaration, and we've helped it a little bit with contrast here. And I will compare it to the Stone Declaration, which is obviously much more visible. Now, if you look at the two together, we find some interesting points. Number one, this does not exist, as far as we can tell, on the manuscript, and as far as we can tell, it never did. And that would be just a printer's or an engraver's tell, really, that Stone might have added, as any printer did. A facsimile, by definition, is an exact copy, but engravers would never make an exact copy without adding some little mark that shows that this is their engraving of it. There's also this very clean line here in the stone, and this almost heart-shaped line in the original manuscript. What does that tell us? It tells us, basically, that Stone may not have used a chemical process. He was one of the finest engravers of his day. He actually was hired by John Quincy Adams to produce beautifully engraved ships' passports, maps, and other things that the government needed. And he had the original for up to 3 years. So a master engraver could actually create such a plate
by hand using maybe a tracing, but without needing a chemical process. So my summary of that point is that I would not assume that he used the chemical process. The first notice that I've heard that stated that he did as a fact was about 1904. And I think that that was an assumption because I don't believe that there's any evidence that was used to base that, except the look, oh, this document is so deteriorated, and we know, especially by 1904, that there are these processes that can be used to lift ink off the original and make the plate. Therefore, that's what Stone did. But I'm showing this French printing. After all, they helped make the Declaration of Independence come true by helping us achieve our freedom. This is a French printing from about 1804. And if you look at it, it looks a lot like the Stone engraving. If you look a little more closely, though, the top of that French engraving looks very much like the Stone, but as you get further along in it, the engraver's running out of time because he's doing this for a book that has to be published, and he starts doing it very quickly. So now you'll notice that he even forgets to cross a lot of T's and dot a lot of I's. The reason that it's important here, I think, is because if I didn't point that out and you were looking at the Kaplan French printing of the Declaration or the Stone Declaration, you might assume that they were both created in the same process. And you might have assumed also that this was based on either a Stone or a Force, the next generation printing, when in fact, this couldn't have been done by the chemical process, because if it had been, all of the T's would have been crossed and the I's would have been dotted, and it would have been a much more exact copy. So this isn't proof that Stone did his engraving by hand, but it's certainly an indication that he could have. Since I don't really have an answer to the question I was asked here for, I figured I'd bring along a couple of other questions, though, because we have such a distinguished room. So this is one of the Stone declarations. There were 201 printed, roughly 52 are now known. This is one of 3 that have a presentation on the bottom, presented by the Honorable John Quincy Adams, Secretary of State, to Thomas Emory, President of the Executive Council of Maryland. Interestingly, 2 of the 3 that are inscribed, the 2 that are legible, are both to people who aren't on Congress's official list of people who should get copies of the Stone Declaration. They're both in Maryland. So could the Secretary of State, the Honorable John Quincy Adams, have been giving these out maybe for political purposes? Maryland was one of those states whose vote for the presidency when he was running against John Quincy Adams wasn't really known. And in fact, Maryland did buck the trend and support John Quincy Adams. So it's just an interesting point that the 2 that are known and legible are to Maryland people who aren't on the official list. But another thing that is worth pointing out is of the 52 that are known, those do not include the copies that we know were given to Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, James Madison, James Monroe. So if you're digging in an institutional collection, be on the lookout, and maybe you'll make that great discovery. Here's another copy of the Stone First Edition. This is the 3rd one that I mentioned being inscribed, but we can't read the inscription that's down there. And so I'm hoping later on when we talk about multispectral imaging that this is the kind of project that might be looked at also. This is presented by the Honorable John Quincy Adams, which we've looked at it under the lights and technology infrared or ultraviolet that we have. And I know that that's written by John Quincy Adams, unlike the other 2. But we cannot tell who it was inscribed to. So that is a question that I would love to get back to. And this is another engraving. This is by Benjamin Owen Tyler from 1818. And one reason that I bring it up here, because it weighs on the question of the stone, actually with this, Benjamin Tyler and this Binns not facsimile, but decorative engraving of the Declaration. John Quincy Adams, remember, was pointing out that the Declaration was already significantly faded by the time he gave it to William Stone. Well, he blamed the creation of this engraving for a lot of the deterioration. And it did, in fact, affect the ink, certainly, because he used it to create the ink, but we don't know a chemical process or from the display. But I'm going to go back very quickly because there are more questions that we can see looking at other documents. So this is the Dunlop printing of the Declaration, the first printing, July 4th to 5th. And this is the Pennsylvania Evening Post, the first newspaper printing on July 6th. And we've noticed many differences, and they'll talk about that on a later panel, in the punctuation of them, and particularly the capital letters that are within sentences. So not at the beginning of a sentence where they belong, but used for style. And I won't go into depth about this, but this is a Jefferson handwritten draft and an Adams handwritten draft. So one of the things that we found by looking at these original printings of the Declaration is that we think, at least, that John Adams, not Jefferson, was the one who went to Dunlop with a manuscript on July 4th, and we think that Jefferson went to town. Jefferson went to town on July 6th with his draft. And here you have a broadside printing. A broadside is a single printed page with information only on one side. This is the press release of its day. It was meant to share news. It was meant to proclaim, to get the word out. And each of these broadsides are different. That is from Salem. This is actually by the same printer in the American Gazette newspaper. He made just a couple of adjustments and kept most of the typesetting intact. This is the Salem Declaration. This printer actually had a different broadside we saw in the 4 columns, and then which is based on the town, on the Pennsylvania Evening Post newspaper printing. Then he got the Dunlop, the official printing sent by Congress, and he redid it to follow that style in creating the official printing in Massachusetts. Here's another newspaper printing, July 17th, which we acquired last week. But why July 17th? Well, we think about news being instantaneous. But actually, it took a great deal of time for news to get from Philadelphia to Boston to the capital of Massachusetts, which was actually in flux. Later in the war, the capital of the Continental Congress actually had to move. So each of these different printings tell us something about the creation of the Declaration, and they all have little interesting things like this. Thompson being spelled wrong or differently, but among other spellings that were not as regularized as they are today are names even. The last image that I'm going to show is one of the official printings. This is from the Journals of Congress for 1776. It was actually started to be printed in 1777, and then with the arrival of the British troops, Congress had to hightail it out of Philadelphia, and this printing wasn't done. Actually, pages 1 through 424 were by Aiken and went with them, and then Congress, when they settled in Yorktown, Pennsylvania, ordered John Dunlop, the first printer of the Declaration, to finish the job. He had managed to get his press out of Philadelphia, while Aiken managed to get the first 424 pages that were printed out, but not his press. One other just interesting thing is that this includes the names of the signers of the Declaration of Independence, but none of the 1776 printings do that because those names were not released. And even now, a great student of history might even know the names of all of the signers, and if they read this Journal of Congress, they're going to find one missing, Thomas McKean, who didn't sign it until 1781. Some of the other signers whose names are here on it now were there, but not there on August 2nd. So these original documents all can add more to the story. I personally would love to see the multispectral imaging done on the Declaration of Independence, not because I think it's going to answer the question about punctuation. The reason that I'm showing so many of these documents is that I don't think the answer is in one place. But I do think it should be looked at because the Declaration of Independence maybe doesn't have a treasure map in it, but it really is a treasure map. And I love the way that Danielle is using it to teach not only American history and about our independence, but also to teach creative and critical thinking, and some of the thinking that was used by the founders of our great nation. So I'm going to stop just by pointing out a friend of mine, Barry Ginsberg, is here, and he had a similar story to mine with a granddaughter when she was 11, taking her to the National Archives. And the granddaughter looked at it and told Barry, "It's so faded. My Zadie, my grandmother, has a better copy." And I'm going to end with the thought that that is true, because the best copy of the Declaration of Independence is the copy that any family has or any child has that they can read and study and look at on their own. And knowing how it was written and how to read it and how different people read it is all part of the great importance of this document. So there's a little more information for people who are looking at, for particulars. On my website, sethkaller.com, there are printings and good images that you can download for free and print out. And there's a census of the known copies of the stone and examples of other printings of the Declaration. And I thank you for having me here.
Jane, you're next, yes.
Let's see. So he should, good. Let the expert get it.
Good morning. Is my mic working? Yes. Okay. My role today relates to mechanics, not to interpretation. All I'm going to do is talk about that engrossed parchment that we've been spending some time with here. What we do with what we're maybe seeing there, I'm going to leave to others because there are many talented people who are going to be looking at that. Much of what we know about the creation of the text of the Declaration was worked out by Julian Boyd, the founding editor of the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, in 1943 for an exhibition at the Library of Congress to mark the 200th anniversary of Jefferson's birth, and subsequently for the publication of Volume 1 of our edition in 1950. Boyd remained interested in the topic and spoke and wrote about it at various other times as well. Boyd was an authority on Jefferson's role in the writing of the Declaration, but he also helped show that the writing was a collaborative process. In a broad sense, Boyd wrote in the catalog for the 1943 exhibit, the author of the Declaration of Independence was the American people. Now, Boyd also was dealing largely with mechanics and the succession of texts and working out the manuscript sequence. And so one thing that a lot of work has been done on since Boyd, a lot of very good, interesting work on, is the sources for that collaborative effort, what lay behind what ended up in that text. We who currently work on the edition have had no reason to revisit Boyd's work, and Professor Allen wasn't asking us to do so when she contacted us a little over a year ago. We have come a long way from 1776 in our edition. We're currently working intensely on 1804. And Professor Allen, from her work, knows more about the creation of the Declaration of Independence than those of us working on the edition now know. But Professor Allen was interested in something that I could be of assistance with, which is taking a fresh look at the transcription of the parchment. I spent my career doing close work with a large number of manuscripts of 18th and 19th century America. This is what documentary editors do. I'm here as someone who has squinted at a lot of punctuation in handwritten documents. Some of you may have known the late John Y. Simon, who was editor of the Ulysses Grant Papers, who once at a podium like this only semi-facetiously boiled the editor's real task and dilemma down to, is it a comma or is it a period? So that's the essential dilemma. That's what we're dealing with today. Brings us to the challenge of reading that signed parchment. Good. You've seen it earlier this morning. You'll see it more during the day, I'm sure. What we see here and out in the rotunda is the result of the order by Congress on July 19th, 1776, that the Declaration be fairly engrossed on parchment and signed by every member. That order confirms that this was meant to be an authoritative copy of the document, perhaps the authoritative copy. Although this may be hard to understand looking at the document now, they used parchment to give it permanence. Now, if you talk to someone who deals with medieval charters, medieval documents that are on parchment, they have held up better than this has, which I think perhaps raises a question as to whether there was some flaw in the preparation of the parchment because the surface had to be prepared a certain way, or something about the ink. Maybe it was just mauled by being viewed that much, but an awful lot of documents, a large number of documents in Europe that go back many centuries have held up better. Preparation of parchment and doing things on parchment was not as much of a craft in the American colonies, of course, as it would have been in the scribal traditions and the craft traditions in Europe from earlier. Now, fairly engrossed means, that's a term that goes back quite a while. That means written in a large, clear hand. The term engrossed going back several centuries with reference to official copies of legal documents, and fairly meaning in a fair hand, without flaw, pretty, legible. In this case, the handwriting was that of Timothy Matlack, and we'll see a little more about him later. And another thing that gives this text authority for us and makes it important for us to try to get the best transcription of it we can is, of course, the fact that they signed it. For us, for Americans, the signing of the Declaration is the great act where they pledge themselves to this Declaration. And so in many respects then, in addition to although there are other copies that one can consider to be, other texts that one can consider to be official, such as the ones in the Journals of Congress, this one for most Americans is the official version of the Declaration. But of course, because it's in such bad shape, reliance has been put on the avatar, or what we might call the stunt double, in the form of the engraving. Now, Mr. Kaller has kindly pointed out to me that my illustrations are from the second edition of the engraving by Peter Force in 1833. Yes. But he also assures me it's okay for what we're doing here today. It's very legible. It's very pretty, so it'll give us good contrast here, what we're doing. And when you look at it, of course, it makes sense to try to use the engraving as the stand-in for the manuscript, for the document on parchment. Even Julian Boyd did that for Volume 1 of the Jefferson Papers. But in his case, he was using this as the last text of the process. He was not as interested in it because by that point, Jefferson's individual involvement had become more diffused. He just wanted to have a text of it, and so he did use the stone engraving. He did say that he was doing that. So in the volume, it states very clearly that, yes, it's the parchment, but the readings are from Stone's engraving. He also didn't have the kind of high-resolution photos that we have that we can digitally zoom in on and magnify and really see what's going on in the details. It would be possible to do a transcription from the high-resolution photographs in a way that wouldn't be possible earlier. But as we know, for all of its evident faithfulness, the engraving is not an exact duplicate in all regards. It's important to think of the stone engraving, however it was created, as really an act of interpretation. If I were slicker with my visuals, right now the left image would dissolve into a photograph of a can of soup, and the right image would dissolve into Andy Warhol's painting of the can of soup. We have to think of this as being a representation that is meant to be realistic and show details, but it is a representation of that parchment. Now, this is not to reject the notion that we need an avatar. My hope and expectation is that through sophisticated further imaging, we're going to be able to get a digital engraving, if you will, of the engrossed parchment. And it will give us a digital image that has better contrast and can really be read and can perhaps for the 21st century replace the stone engraving, so that when those school kids buy their replicas of the Declaration of Independence, it can be based on our modern digital engraving rather than the engraving that was done in the 1820s. But for now, in order to address the question of punctuation, we can look at we can use the high-resolution photo and see what we can see. So let's look at some punctuation. I have not done anything with the contrast of the photo. All I've done is zoom in so you can see it. I wouldn't particularly know what I was doing, so we'll do it this way. So here's really the key part of the Declaration. And as you've seen before, as Professor Allen showed you, right there is the piece of punctuation we're interested in after pursuit of happiness. It's a piece of punctuation and then followed by a dash. The question is it a period or is it a comma? So here is the representation in the engraving showing it as a period and then a dash. So here it is again, highlighting where it is in this section. And I just want to call your attention to, in this little cut, this detail here, there are two other places where there are dashes. This one is after impel them to the separation. That one is indisputably a period. So you can take a look at what that looks like and then compare it to happiness there. And this one is after consent of the governed. And that one is indisputably rendered as a comma in the stone engraving and in other treatments of this text. So we have one that's a definite period, we have one that's a definite comma, and then we have pursuit of happiness. It's kind of in between. And as Professor Allen has pointed out also, note that the dash after the period following separation is a much longer, bolder dash, for whatever that might tell us. So here are some period dash combinations from the engrossed parchment. And you can you can get some idea of what are the criteria for a period. They tend to be fairly heavy. They tend to be very round. There's a fair amount of ink on the page. So after separation, this is what we have, and then other places in the Declaration. Taking the engrossed parchment on its own terms, looking just at punctuation that we see there. Now let's look at some commas. They are harder to see, and that's why I have paired them with cuts from the engraving, partly just as a map so you can find where the commas even are. As you see, they're much fainter. They tend to have a little bit of a slant to them, but they're not necessarily very long from what you see on the parchment. They can be pretty stubby, but they don't have that sort of round, heavy look that you see with the definite periods. And here, in fact, if you find down on the engraving and then look up after self-evident, and then particularly after all men are created equal, that's a comma, but if you didn't know otherwise, you might read that as a period. But there was no occasion for that to be misread, as it seems there is with the period, as we know. So the gist of things seems to be, looking at the parchment, that periods tend not to be ambiguous. Commas can be very ambiguous. Does that mean that an ambiguous piece of punctuation is more likely a comma than a period? Perhaps. Now, the scribe of the parchment was Timothy Matlack, who was a very colorful person. If you look at certain aspects of Matlack, you'd say there is no way this person could be the scribe of the Declaration of Independence. He attended cockfights. He got into a street fight with someone over politics. He seems like a very rough and ready person. However, as a young man, as a youth really, he had been apprenticed in a commercial office and had done a lot of scribal work and continued to do that through his life, even when he was a political leader and a military leader. He actually listed his profession in the 1790 census as a scrivener. So this is Matlack's handwriting just for an ordinary letter. There's another one from 1779. This one's actually from 1807. But you see here again that pattern of the periods and the commas. The periods seem to be round and definite. We read the periods more quickly and more easily than we're seeing the commas. And there's another example. As you can see, the handwriting, the script is slightly different from what you see in the engrossed parchment. That's because skilled calligraphers, if you will, scribes, clerks, could have different hands that they used for different occasions. He would have been using his special Declaration of Independence engrossed parchment hand for that document. But as you can see, he has a very lovely script, even when he's just writing, as in this case, about fruit trees and politics to Thomas Jefferson in 1807. So that brings us back here to look. We've taken this little walk through some of the punctuation. So what do we do with, again, that piece of punctuation? I tend to read that as a comma, not as a period. I think there's a very good chance it is, in fact, a comma. Now, I can't account for why it shows up as a period in Stone's engraving. I'm not sure what he saw. He may have had one of the printed versions at hand to help him out with the fainter parts. But I think it is as likely a comma as a period. But I have simply sort of presented this for you to draw your own conclusions. If you look here, I'll just finish with this. Since we're talking about punctuating happiness, the top is the happiness that we've been looking at. At the bottom is the second use of the word happiness. That is an undisputed period. That's happiness with a period. So the question remains, what is following happiness up there at the top? Thank you.
Do you see which one is yours, sir? Can you tell which one is yours?
That one.
Okay.
Well, one of the lessons I think we should certainly learn from Danielle's book and her essay in progress on the Declaration is that we have to look very carefully indeed at every word in that document, and obviously not just at words, but at commas, periods, and dashes as well. This morning, I'm going to try to provide you with a kind of general historical context in which the Founding Fathers composed, revised, and then had printed the founding documents. And I'm going to talk not just about the Declaration, but about the Articles of Confederation and the Constitution as well. And I'm going to make 4 claims. The first is that printing conventions in England in the middle decades of the 18th century changed rather significantly, roughly between 1740 and 1780. These changes in the presentation of texts, the heavy capitalization of common nouns, the heavy use of italics and caps and small caps, changes in these conventions, in fact, have produced the modern page in English, the page that we're familiar with every time we pick up a book or an essay. My third claim is that printers in the American colonies in Boston, New York, and Philadelphia followed the changing practice of their colleagues in London. And finally, I'm going to argue that these changes in printing conventions had their impact, had an influence on the founding documents that we've been talking about. Now, how did I get into this business of looking at changes in printing conventions in the first place? In 1974, I began work on a dissertation at Princeton, which was a scholarly edition of the works of William Collins, an 18th century poet. What you're looking at is his first independently published poem, which was entitled Persian Eclogues, and you're looking at the first page. And you will see very clearly, I think, if you look at the text itself and not just at the prologue to it, Persian is italicized, maids capitalized, poets capitalized, lays capitalized, and so forth. This is a very traditional text in the context of the 1740s, and it's what I call the old style in printing. 15 years later, in 1757, this poem was reissued as Oriental Eclogues. And if you look again at the body of the text, you'll see that Persian is not any longer in italics, and that all of those common nouns are now in lowercase. So this juxtaposition really shows, I think, what happened within a fairly short period of time. On the left hand, you've got the old style of printing that goes back several centuries in England, and on the right hand, you have what I call the new style, the modern style with which we're familiar today. So let's look at 1700, on the right to begin with. Here is a book that's been printed in London, and it's fairly handsomely printed by the standards of the day. It has two large text blocks, which makes it a little difficult to work through, but for the most part, I think it reads easily enough. But if you look carefully at the actual capitalization and italicization, you'll see that this is very, very heavily pursued indeed. This is very much in the old style. If you look on the left, from the same year, at a book printed in Paris, you're going to see a text that is completely modern. And not just modern in terms of its italics and capitalization, but also in the fact that the printer here has taken the time to work with some printer's devices in two places on the same page. It's elegant, it makes more use of the white space, and in fact it becomes a kind of template for what English and eventually American printing is going to look like. So that late in the 18th century, we can look at a text. I'm giving you The Man of the World here, Act 3, Scene 1. And if you didn't know what this was, it could be a text printed in London or New York in 1960 or 1970. Think of the complete works of George Bernard Shaw. That edition looks almost entirely like this text from the late 18th century. So the abandonment of heavy capitalization, the rational use of italics and caps and small caps are all part of this movement towards the modern page. And when in 1785, John Bell discards the long S in his edition of Shakespeare, we essentially have the page with which we're familiar today. Now, over the last many years, I've looked at over 2,000 books published in London between 1740 and 1780. This is my summary. It's in percentages. Take a look at the year 1740 to begin with. In the old style, 91% of the books, and we're talking about over 150 copies just for this one year. New style, just 9. And a kind of mixture of the two in which the text doesn't seem to know in which direction it's going, absolutely nothing. But if you move just 5 years later, you can see that there is a shift. Fewer books are being published in the old style. You're getting fewer in the new style, but you're beginning to get this mixture as well. And if you move down to 1765, which I've placed in bold, for the first time, you're getting a majority of text printed in the new style. So it's only 34% in the old, it's 42% in the new, and I think quite significantly, 24% now are in this mixed style. And then there's extreme acceleration. So if you compare 1740 with 1780, 91% and 9 in 1740, 7% and 93 in 1780. You have a complete reversal in the way in which texts in English were printed. And at the bottom, I show you, looking at 1700, not at 1740, or let alone 1765, Paris, Madrid, Rome, look at those percentages. They're almost all completely in what I call the new style. What happened here in the United States? In 1750, of the books I've taken a look at, and again, I have a large sample from the Library of Congress, 86% were printed in the old style. That's more than in London. It's a higher percentage. And fewer, 10%, in the new style, and not many in what I call this mixed style. By 1765, however, we're down to 31% against 34% in London, and 66% are in the new style against 42% in London. So the acceleration was even faster, even greater in the colonies than it was in London itself. So it's in this context in which we might take a rather broader look at some of these founding documents. So I'm showing you Jefferson's rough draft, and I just want to remind you that not only did he abandon capitalization when it came to common nouns, but he also did so with a number of other important words, including king, creator, and nature's God. And beyond that, he decided not to capitalize the first letter of the first word in most of the sentences in this document. So what he actually shared with the other members of the committee and eventually with the Continental Congress as a whole was not just something that had been written in the new style, but it was radically modern. And there are different ways of thinking about that. Now, we don't know, we're going to disagree, I suppose, about which actual manuscript finally made it to John Dunlap's printing house. But the point to be made about the Dunlap broadside is this. In addition to what we're looking at in terms of punctuation, this is, ironically, a document that is completely, or almost completely printed in the old style. Even by American standards, this is a very old-fashioned looking text in terms of its capitalization. There could be various reasons for this. It could be that someone, such as John Adams, who tended to write in the old style, was superintending. It may well be that Dunlap decided to put it in this style because he did, in fact, publish in the old style in some cases. But it's confusing because John Adams wrote his thoughts on government not many months earlier. We have 3 drafts of it. They're all written, composed in the old style. And when John Dunlap published it, just a few months before he published the broadside of the Declaration, he put it entirely in the new style. And in fact, just one day later, in Benjamin Towns' publication in the Pennsylvania Evening Post, we find it completely in the new style as well, completely or almost completely modernized. Now, later in the same year, 1776, of course, the delegates were working on what became the Articles of Confederation. Dunlap was one of the 2 printers. What's interesting is that the draft of the Articles was in the hand of John Dickinson, and it was completely written in the old style. And in fact, when Dunlap and Claypool printed off the first version of the Articles to share with the delegates so that they could look at it, that also was completely in the old style. But when a second draft was printed, it was completely changed to the new style. And the following year, 1777, when it was officially published, we have a complete transformation, and what you're seeing now is a document that is pretty much in the new style as well. And then the Constitution in 1787. Again, Dunlap and Claypool are working as Congress's printers. What we have in the first version that they printed off is a document, you're not seeing it right here, is a document that was completely printed once again in the old style. The second draft, which was printed just 1 month later, reveals an entirely different presentation of the text in terms of these printing conventions. It was entirely in the new style, and of course, the document we're familiar with today was printed essentially in the new style as well. And that brings us to what we see on the website for the National Archives. And what I would suggest, given the kind of historical work that I've been pursuing, is that we not only look very carefully at that period and wonder whether it should, in fact, for many reasons, be a comma, but we also think about the style in which we want to disseminate this document to the largest possible audience. One of the arguments I make in the book that I'm writing is that when it comes to 18th century texts, including poems such as William Collins's, for students in particular, but certainly for a broader audience, there's no reason not to modernize it, to put it in the new style. And I'm going to suggest that the archives think very strongly, at least on the website, of having an edition that is completely modernized and will be, in a sense, a little easier for a number of people to follow. Thank you.
What a fascinating way to start our day. We do have some time for questions. There are microphones on either side of the audience. If you have a question, please approach the mic and we can field your question and respond. I don't have anything coming in from online at the moment, but we'll keep an eye out on that conversation stream. We have a question coming up.
Hi, this was fascinating, and my question is about Timothy Matlack. I'm actually studying a group he was part of called the Free Quakers, so coming to it from a strange direction because, yes, he was involved in horse racing and cockfighting and all this, but he also founded a religious society, a kind of very unusual man. My question, though, is where the attribution of the engrossed declaration to Matlack actually comes from, and the closest I've been able to find is an article, and this was partly with the help of reference librarians at NARA here, an article by a man named Gaylord Hunt, who was a manuscript curator at the Library of Congress, published in a Youth's Companion article, which, you know, is for children, 1916, where he says that and I believe the declaration was at the Library of Congress at the time. So he and some others gathered together several documents that, some which were known to be attributed to Matlack, such as George Washington's commission for the Continental Army, and compared the handwriting. And this got published in Youth Companion, and that's literally the only thing I've ever found in writing as a primary source for the attribution. So I was just wondering if anyone has any other thoughts. And I should say, we know that Matlack worked as a clerk for Charles Thompson, the secretary to the Congress, and so that's the other link that people make. But I would love to hear more about this because even this question of commas now hinges on his identity as well as, you know, national treasure or whatever. Thanks.
Thank you.
I would like to know more about that also. I was not able to find anything that seemed to be a direct tie. It seems to be circumstantial, the fact that he was working as a clerk with Thompson. Matlack did an awful lot as a secretary or clerk. A little while after this, he becomes the secretary of the Pennsylvania Assembly, and one of those documents I showed you from 1779, if you go and look like in the Papers of Continental Congress, or you look at anything with in those Pennsylvania records, you see his handwriting everywhere. All kinds of copies of documents as well as correspondence, some of which has his name on it, some of which doesn't. But I was frustrated by this also because as a historian, what I'd like to be able to find is something that directly showed that it was indeed Matlack, rather than relying on the handwriting and on the fact that he was working with Thompson.
So I can add, I found basically similar material to you. I'll have to check my memory. My memory is 1904, there's a Library of Congress publication which makes the attribution, but it's similar to what you're just describing, and it's purely circumstantial based on handwriting and so forth.
I would add, though, that the handwriting is a pretty good circumstance.
Yes.
And that with the National Archives and the Library of Congress and other institutions putting a lot of new material online, I think that it would be just as well to find more Matlack documents and do the actual comparison than to go back and try to figure out who thought of it first. Mm-hmm. I haven't personally done that comparison, but I think that it is probably provable that it is his handwriting.
That was My sense too, I went back and looked at the many, just as you did, many manuscripts, and I agree. I think it looks like a strong case. It would be nice to focus on it more fully.
And I'm not a professional in the field, and this question might be a little off topic. If so, it's okay. You can pass. But I noticed both in Jefferson's draft and Dunlop, the word united, as in United States of America, was all capitalized in the same size. But when you get to the engrossed copy or the Stone, united is in small. And I wonder if you can comment on that.
No, I really don't have an answer to that question. It's a good one. I think we're going to have to think about it a little bit. It could, in fact, reflect this this atmosphere in which so many books were being published and so many documents were being written. It was very volatile at the time. But I don't know exactly why those would have, that word in particular would have been put into lowercase. I think it's a bit odd, and I'd have to think about it.
I would just add to that, I suppose, that with regard to Jefferson's rough draft in particular, that against the background of his radical modernism in his punctuation, that he's being emphatic about the word united, as he is also when he writes men in all caps referring to slaves.
That's right.
In the section that gets cut out by Continental Congress, which is a condemnation of the slave trade, that men for the Africans is emphatic, and I would think that the united is as well.
Good morning. Absolutely agree that this is a fascinating conversation and Dave's discovery with the Declaration. I wonder if any of you or all of you can comment on the fact that punctuation, what follows a punctuation mark, whether a word is capitalized or not, has any impact on the interpretation of a piece of punctuation being a period or a comma, what we know about Matlack and what his use of capitalization or not capitalization. I know that there's various sorts of traditions and lots of things in flux, but I wonder if you've brought any analysis on that particular aspect to this.
So I'm happy to speak a little bit to it, but maybe does anybody else want to?
Well, I would just say there's a great deal of inconsistency during the period, and commas, semicolons, colons, and periods were interchangeable in a number of contexts. The only punctuation mark I know that would be introduced into a sentence, not to end it, but to make a point, was the exclamation point, because still, rarely, but still in the 18th century, printers, following their authors, could put an exclamation point after a particular word. And that did not mean that the sentence actually ended right there. It was, I suppose, in some ways equivalent to putting it in capitals or italics a little earlier on. We haven't talked about diacritical marks, though.
Or dashes, which is...
That's right.
So perhaps I could say something about dashes, and then you could say something about diacritical marks. Is that all right? So I think in this story of volatility and change that you've heard, partly what you're hearing is a story about people trying to figure out how to help people think about what were actually radical ideas and hard ideas, right? The movement from all men are created equal, through the idea that governments are instituted to secure rights, through that the people had the right to alter or abolish them. I mean, that is a big, meaty chunk of political philosophy there. And it's a very long sentence. So, I take Town's newspaper, putting the period in, actually partly just a matter of breaking up a long sentence, making it easier for people. But actually, the other thing that people were doing was using dashes to try to help people through that sentence, right? So Dunlap introduces a dash after Pursuit of Happiness, but the sentence carries on. And there's certainly an emphasis that's put on Pursuit of Happiness with the introduction of that dash. But then Matlack does something that I take to be genius, so to his qualities as a scrivener and so forth. He introduces a second dash after necessary to secure rights, deriving its legitimacy from the consent of the governed. There's another dash there. which means you have a dash after the first premise of the syllogism and a dash after the second premise. That brings out the argumentative structure of the sentence in a way that goes beyond what the commas or semicolons are doing. So to some extent, I think that dash structure, which is more like a semicolon, really comma-dash combination, is what's connected to then flowing on with a
Sure.
capital that. Think of it as bullet points, right? Sort of 18th century version of bullet points.
Well, I was thinking in particular, too, your first presentation, where you show that there's examples where it's interpreted as a comma and a dash and then a period and a dash, but by the 1820s, perhaps the tradition had evolved to, if there's a capital letter, and there is, with the word that, by then, the interpretation was more settled to be, oh, it must be a period because there's a capital here. That's kind of where I was going with my question, too. By things that were in flux in the 1870s and perhaps 80s, maybe by 1820, that printer brought an interpretation which was more modern than was intended at the time.
Slightly more complicated, just if you don't mind.
Absolutely, I understand.
Just because in that long sentence, before we get the last clause, that whenever a form of government is destructive, Stone puts a comma before the dash that precedes a capital T there. Okay, so he was capable of using the comma dash capital construction there. So
he could go both ways.
He could go both ways. Yeah.
Thank you.
But did you want to say something about diacriticals, Richard?
Well,
Or Jim,
there are
or whatever.
diacritical marks in Jefferson's manuscript. There are different ways of interpreting those marks. They look a bit like quotation marks, and in fact, Dunlap put some quotation marks in a first trial of the first part of the Declaration, and then discovered, of course, that something was amiss. We think today that Jefferson put them in to mark places where he would pause and therefore to accentuate certain parts of his argument. And that may have been confusing to everyone at the time.
Exactly. And it does sort of suggest that there may have been a diacritical mark after Pursuit of Happiness, which turned into a dash for Dunlap, possibly, or it started to generate confusion around that part of the text.
It seems that confusion continues today. We have time for one last question.
Hi. Since Richard Wendorf ended with this slide of the transcription as it appears on NARA's website, I was wondering if the speakers could talk a little bit more about this being part of the textual tradition now, and have a discussion about where you want to go next with the transcription. You made a couple of suggestions, but this is a very static text, and this might come up in the teaching session, but how do we make it a dynamic text that celebrates the complexity of the textual tradition and gives people choices, not just a modernized version, not just a semi-diplomatic transcription, but something that allows you to see the different versions as they were viewed by readers in those series of historical moments, but also gives people the option of a clean reading text for a 21st century audience.
Well, I'd like to introduce Emily Sneff, who's sitting there in the third row, is sort of working on exactly that question. So we hope to have some suggestions in that sort of dynamic direction in the next 12 to 18 months.
Great.
But others may have more specific suggestions.
Well, anywhere else, I think I would offer to supply some images of all the different printings of the Declaration of Independence, but here that's Coles to Newcastle. I think they really can put the transcript now with the images so that people can see them for themselves, all of the different versions that one might have looked at. And also, it's not this manuscript, the engrossed copy, that people would have seen in 1776, but it's one version or another of one of those printings, a broadside, a newspaper, a magazine. And so that is a more authentic way to feel what a real person back then who's reading this message for the first time and having their lives changed by it might have seen.
I would support that in the sense that even since this discussion began, since Professor Allen and I began our conversations about what's available via the archives website, the notion of increasing access, which is a fundamental part of the archive's mission, is also something that we're looking at rather deeply to broaden that access. We at the archives like to think that we provide an open and honest brokerage, if you will, for access to that information, and let others interpret what they see. Because even today in our discussion, is it a comma? Is it a period? Well, it depends on the eye, and depends on the time, and even depends on the intent. It's difficult for us to go back and truly track intent, but from my perspective, our intent is to broaden access. And that's one of the reasons this conference is happening today. Which I think brings us to an excellent stopping point for our break. Thank you to our panelists. A couple of housekeeping moments. There, I believe, is still refreshments out in the lobby for you all. We'll take a break and reconvene the second panel at 11 o'clock, which will be, technology fails me right at the time, teaching the historiographic tradition, the historiographic significance of the textual tradition. We'll convene back again at 11 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
one up here that's on John Fred. There should be water up here. You said on the left. Actually, on the left. You should be furthest on next, so you're here.
Stage left, he meant the other left.
I can't help you. I don't know where you're supposed to sit. But he said it wasn't the end of the world if you sat in the wrong place.
Yeah, but he asked us, and we said we'd do it right. Let me scratch.
Okay. So, welcome back, everybody. The order for this panel, which is about the historical significance or the historiographic significance of the diverse textual tradition, is somewhat different than was on your program. So let me just tell you the order as I introduce the speakers. We'll first hear from Professor Holly Brewer, who is at the University of Maryland and has published By Birth or Consent, Children, Law, and the Anglo-American Revolution of Authority. She's at the tail end of a Guggenheim Fellowship completing work on slavery and sovereignty. Then will be followed after Professor Brewer by Professor Woody Holton from the University of South Carolina. Abigail Adams is one of his very important books. I commend it to everybody. Third, we will hear from Professor Eric Slauter at the University of Chicago. He is the author of The State as a Work of Art, The Cultural Underpinnings of the Constitution. And finally, we will hear from Professor David Armitage at Harvard University, who is very well known for his book, The Declaration of Independence, A Global History. And same structure as before, everybody will speak for about 12 or so minutes, and then we'll have questions from the audience. So, yeah.
I think you're all set.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So, thank you to the organizers of this conference, which is terrific. When the delegates to the Continental Congress assembled in June of 1776, they faced a deepening dilemma. Fighting between colonists and British troops had been going on for more than a year. Political disputes over whether the colonists needed to consent to their own government and to taxes that gave government power remained at a standoff. While some delegates sought independence, others still sought peace and reconciliation with their king. Thus, in the first poll of delegates from the 13 colonies, only 7 supported independence. New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, and South Carolina were not yet matured for falling from the parent stem, wrote Jefferson. Congress chose a committee of 5 men to create a rationale that would persuade the recalcitrant. Over the next 20 days, in consultation with the others on the committee, Adams, Franklin, Sherman, and Livingston, Jefferson drafted the Declaration. Jefferson was then 33 years old, still relatively young and idealistic. He knew this step was dangerous. In writing such a document, each of them was committing treason against the king. The Declaration laid out principles of government that opposed monarchy. As we discussed this morning, all men are created equal. They are endowed with sacred rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This is the original draft, by the way. Government should be based upon the consent of the governed. All societies have the right to overthrow a government after a long train of abuses of those principles. These meant that government should not be based on the hereditary and God-given rights of kings, as it had in some measure been. To illustrate how divine right and monarchy had led King George III to become a tyrant, the committee then listed the king's attempts to exercise absolute power, especially his support of slavery, which violated every principle. More than 2 centuries later, Jefferson's dark scratches still have something to reveal. For the emphases and placement reveal much about the thoughts of those who composed the Declaration and history we have forgotten. The committee accused the king of 18 acts of tyranny. The first 17 offenses were related to the form of government that the king imposed on the colonies, putting armies and navies in the colonies in times of peace, quote unquote, making, quote, our judges dependent on his will alone for the tenure of their offices, end quote, repeatedly dismissing elected legislatures and vetoing laws those legislatures had passed. The last section, condemning the king's support of slavery across the empire, is less familiar because Congress deleted it. it read, whoops, I went backwards. Oh, sorry. There's the painting of them delivering it, and here's the last section. It read, "He has waged cruel war against human nature itself, violating its most sacred rights of life and liberty in the persons of a distant people who never offended him, captivating and carrying them into slavery in another hemisphere, or to incur miserable death in their transportation thither. This piratical warfare, the opprobrium of infidel powers, is the warfare of the Christian king of Great Britain. Determined to keep open a market where men should be bought and sold, he has prostituted his negative for suppressing every legislative attempt to prohibit or to restrain this execrable commerce. And that this assemblage of horrors might want no fact of distinguished eye, he is now exciting those very people to rise in arms amongst us, and to purchase that liberty of which he has deprived them, by murdering the people upon whom he also obtruded them, thus paying off former crimes committed against the liberties of one people with crimes which he urges them to commit against the lives of another. It therefore charged the king with making unjust and piratical wars that violated the most fundamental rights of life and liberty, and indeed justice itself, by making people into slaves. The king supported a market, an execrable commerce that made people into things who could be bought and sold. The king also prostituted his negative, that is, the king profited by vetoing laws that colonists passed to limit the importation of enslaved people. Finally, the king now encouraged those whom he had enslaved to kill their new masters." The original draft began, of the original version, "We hold these truths to be sacred and undeniable, that all men are created equal and independent, that from that equal creation they derive rights and inherent and inalienable, among which are the preservation of life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness." In the deleted clause, these rights and that language were deliberately extended to Africans. Quote, "The king has waged cruel war against human nature itself, violating its most sacred rights of life and liberty." Placing these passages at the very end of the list of the king's crimes privileged them, emphasizing the connection between tyranny and real slavery. George III's historical support for slavery was the ultimate evidence of his character and intentions, of his lack of respect for the rights of anyone, of his belief in his own absolute power. It was the highest proof of his injustice. Jefferson's conviction that slavery proved the king's injustice appears in his very handwriting. Jefferson emphasized men, and I think I can make it work here, right here. Jefferson emphasized men in this passage when he referred to those unjustly enslaved, echoing the resounding words at the beginning of the Declaration. Jefferson deliberately shaped the letters of the word men when he referred to African people. Indeed, Jefferson repeated his scriptural emphasis in the 6 copies of the Declaration that he made in his own hand to send to colleagues. And I'm just going to point out really quickly, here's a close-up of the word men of that particular passage in the original. Here's the only other words that are capitalized like that in the whole Declaration, which we've talked about already, the United States of America. And here are 2 copies that he wrote to send to friends, both of which have the same emphasis on the word men when he refers to Africans enslaved. This one, and this is a different copy actually later, this is one to Madison. It's there. So it's a little smaller, but it's still there. His words speak to his emotion, indicating that tracing and retracing the word, indicating the emphasis of his thoughts, tracing a poetry more powerful than anywhere else. His words speak to his emotion: cruel, violating, miserable death, opprobrium, prostituted, execrable commerce, an assemblage of horrors. He insisted on not only including the excised text in every version he made, but in underlining it in black ink, as you see here in the letter to Madison. On July 1st, the day the Declaration was first discussed by the whole Congress, only 9 colonies voted to support it. 2 others were forbidden from agreeing by their constituents. Crucial among those who urged against signing was South Carolina's delegate, Edward Rutledge, who wrote to New York's John Jay on June 29th, they'd initially seen it on June 28th, opposing the Declaration's leveling principles, After Congress voted to delete the portion on slavery, Jefferson wrote in anger, quote, "The clause 2 reprobating the enslaving the inhabitants of Africa was struck out in complaisance to South Carolina and Georgia, who had never attempted to restrain the importation of slaves and to the contrary, still wished to continue it." Jefferson admitted that, quote, "Our northern brethren also, I believe, felt a little tender under those censures, for though their people had very few slaves of themselves, yet they had been pretty considerable carriers of them to others. But the New England states were already firmly in favor of independence, as was Georgia. In order to recruit more colonies for the contest with England, unanimous consent, not majority rule, carried the day. The principle that promoting slavery was the best evidence of the absolute tyranny of England's monarchs was abandoned for South Carolina." It has become a tradition among historians to mock the deleted passage on slavery as laughable. At best, it is seen as evidence of the revolutionaries' hypocrisy, especially that of Jefferson himself, who in 1776 owned 174 slaves. The narrative we generally tell of the Revolution embeds racism. It makes American freedom dependent upon American slavery. The leisure and independence of the white colonists was dependent on the labor of the enslaved blacks. Jefferson, it is understood, never meant to challenge slavery, and it was ridiculous of him to blame the king for anything that was a wholly colonial institution. The king was not responsible for slavery, it is claimed. It was colonists like Jefferson who wanted slaves and who bought them in a free market who created demands for slaves, which in turn led to the slave trade. Most colonists did not condemn that trade as execrable. Condemning slavery was a strange aberration, and removing that passage requires no interrogation of the records of the Continental Congress. Of course, it is assumed Congress removed it. It did not belong there. It was a better document without that laughable passage. But it did belong there. We have dismissed that passage from the Declaration with too much ease and for the wrong reasons, just as we underestimate the junctures that made slavery what it became. Condemning the King of England for supporting slavery was the logical culmination of all the claims that came earlier in the Declaration. The committee approved it, as did the delegates of most states. But the final condemnation of George III was not simply a statement of abstract principles or a chart of future policy. It was also a claim about history. As Jefferson indicated, and it is easy to confirm, Virginia alone made 5 efforts to limit the slave trade by placing heavy duties on the importation of slaves, all of which were vetoed by English kings. So did many other colonies over the 17th and 18th centuries. But such royal vetoes were only one aspect of a complex history of imperial and monarchical promotion and protection of slavery and the slave trade. Indeed, given that royal instructions to governors ordered them to veto any such duties, we cannot see every effort. Thus, when George II appointed Arthur Dobbs as his royal governor of North Carolina in 1754, he instructed, quote, "It is that is the king's will and pleasure that you do not give your assent to or pass any law imposing duties upon Negroes," end quote. In 1774, the Continental Congress tried to override the king's protection by punishing fellow colonists who sought to buy slaves, just as they punished those who bought tea. Quote, "We will neither import nor purchase any slave imported after the 1st day of December next, after which time we will wholly discontinue the slave trade, and will neither be concerned in it ourselves, nor will we hire our vessels, nor sell our commodities or manufactures to those who are concerned in it," end quote. Overlooking the deleted clause reveals our myopia. Slavery was born neither from a free market nor democratic government. Imperial and monarchical policies and principles created incentives for colonists to promote slavery over more than a century. These included royal proclamations that gave away land rights to colonists who purchased slaves. So, 50 acres of land for every slave you bought in Virginia. Appointing judges in England and the colonies who helped to create an imperial slave code via the common law. Supporting the slave trade with England's Navy in particular, in addition to those vetoes of legislation. The deleted clause points to that more than a century of monarchical promotion of slavery in Britain's New World colonies. Of course, colonial assemblies also often helped to promote slavery within the wider empire, and many colonists made choices to purchase slaves, with those 50-acre rewards for doing so, among other incentives. But those choices emerged in an imperial context that limited and defined and constrained even who could vote. Jefferson's hypocrisy was not simply a matter of choice, in that it was born in the legal system of the empire. Jefferson inherited all of his slaves from his father and father-in-law, just as he inherited his government. All of those slaves were also mortgaged, and before 1782, it was illegal under Virginia law to free slaves. Even after 1782, anyone who sought to free a slave had to be free of debt. According to the Virginia manumission law passed that year, according to the law passed that year, just as in today's world, I can neither sell nor donate a car if there is a lien against it, or to put it most simply, if I still owe car payments, the car really belongs to the bank. Any mortgaged slave had another dual owner. This provision blocking manumissions in the face of debt was given more force in Virginia by a Chancery Court decision in 1805, which held that if anyone freed enslaved people and yet owed debt, any creditor could seize the freed person, sell them, and keep the money. Even that Virginia court decision was influenced by the Treaty of Paris that ended the American Revolution in 1783, which protected the massive debts that the former colonists owed to British merchants and the legal property in humans that was collateral for those debts, thereby ensuring that this aspect of the Revolution was incomplete. Despite the Somerset decision of 1772 that challenged such ownership of people in England itself, the British common law allowed owning people and mortgages over those people across the empire. The end of the war left the legal principle of property in people intact and certainly in international law. A legal tradition that made people into property, that made status hereditary, had been fostered by English kings and even protected by Parliament, and was ingrained into England's former colonies. Slavery had been justified by the same principles of hereditary status that justified monarchy. As sermons in the Anglican of the Church of England repeated, kings are born princes with the right to rule, just so the child of a subject is born a subject, and the child of a slave is born a slave. Both subjects and slaves are born with the obligation to obey. This was the logic of hereditary status that had a legal basis in colonial and imperial law that the Declaration challenged. America got rid of its king with the Revolution, or one part of that tyranny, but not slavery, which was its fruit. Even with this overarching legal structure of slavery confirmed by the treaty that ended the Revolution, Jefferson had choices. Of course, he was a hypocrite for not simply overthrowing the whole legal principles that people could be property and born enslaved, even when his nation and state did not. I, too, am a hypocrite when I say that America's policies today encourage an over-reliance on fossil fuels with potentially disastrous consequences for the earth, and that we have a moral responsibility to change our energy usage, and yet I turn on electric lights and fly to conferences. My hypocrisy neither invalidates my moral judgments nor makes them less true. Just so Jefferson's observations and moral claims were deeply considered and rooted in 1776, yet his reliance on the legal and social and economic system he had inherited made his situation and that of many others, including those he enslaved, all the more problematic and horrifying. Even though most revolutionaries recognized the contradiction between slavery and the principles of the Revolution, as the original Declaration makes clear, slavery remained in some parts of the new nation and even later expanded. Why? I did not write this paper to absolve Jefferson from blame. I could not. But to urge us to acknowledge how laws and policies framed the choices he and others made, to urge us to inquire more deeply into how such laws and policies developed, and to consider even how laws and policies shape our choices today. Most of all, I seek to focus attention on those who disagreed with Jefferson. Men such as Edward Rutledge of South Carolina, who was terrified by equality and universal liberties. Rutledge wanted to protect the elite's ability to keep the staff of power, quote, in our own hands. How did they influence laws and policies? The ultimate irony for Jefferson, as for so many others, was that Lord Dunmore's proclamation of 1775, to which Jefferson referred at the end of the deleted clause, had encouraged many slaves, including many of Jefferson's, to run away and fight for the British. Subsequently, England freed many of them. But Jefferson still owed mortgages against those runaways, mortgages that made it more difficult for him to free others. Once the power of empire is put back into the history of slavery, the American Revolution looks different. It becomes both more radical in its principles and potential for change, yet also less complete. It was incomplete because disentangling the elements of an established empire was socially, politically, and legally difficult. But it also clarifies how the compromises set the stage for later conflicts. The statement of principles that Danielle Allen clarified at the beginning of the document became open to misinterpretation without the deleted passage. During the Constitutional Convention 11 years later, South Carolina and Georgia again intervened to protect slavery, this time threatening to abandon the Union. When South Carolina's role in seceding from the Union in 1860 is woven into their leadership on slavery, it is an open question whether the Continental Congress would have been better served to ignore South Carolina's demand to delete the clause condemning slavery. On some fundamental level, conceding on slavery in 1776 and again during the Constitutional Convention built a contradiction into America's political soul. Thank you.
It starts with the letters WTG, or if you already got it, get her going here. Holton, right? I'm going to go ahead and start while you're fooling with that, Bill, and I thank you for doing it.
There you go.
I appreciate the invitation, especially to read the article of Danielle Allen's called Punctuating Happiness. That's sort of the basis of the talk, which I can pay the biggest compliment I can pay anything that I've read, which is it's made me more ambivalent than I ever was about the Declaration of Independence. Professor Allen establishes that all of the before Congress versions of the Declaration of Independence have only a semicolon after that key word, happiness, and that most, not all, but most of the after Congress versions have something more than a semicolon. Her explanation for that is that has to do with diacritical marks that are today an accent would be a diacritical mark. It just means it distinguishes a letter, but that he had these marks that were probably meant to have pauses. And it is certainly true that there are diacritical marks all through the Declaration. Let me catch up with my slides here. But I don't buy the diacritical marks explanation as an explanation for why those dashes are there in both the Dunlop broadside and Madlock's engrossed copy, also called the parchment version. And here's why. There are other places in there's diacritical marks, sorry. There are other places this is Dunlop's broadside in the proof copy, and you can see that he thought they were supposed to be quotation marks the first time. He got rid of them in the later version, and all the others were replaced with just space. This one was replaced with horizontal lines. And so there's a couple of problems with that. One is, why would they be horizontal rather than vertical? Professor Allen says, well, maybe this one, I think I'm understanding you in saying that this one is different from the others in being a three-stroke diacritical mark. And so it's therefore, that might explain why it's being represented differently from these other diacritical marks that got taken out. But I have looked through the small portion of Jefferson's rough draft that has diacritical marks, and there they are. And I just emphasized the ones in the first two lines there. Notice all of them are either one or two. I can't find any three-stroke diacritical marks. In Professor Allen's draft copy of her paper, she gives us another place where he uses diacritical marks. That's in the second inaugural address. And you see the very top there. I'm going to zoom in on the top right word, his abbreviation for government. And that looks to you, Professor Allen, like a three-stroke diacritical, but I don't think it's that. I think that third stroke, which is apart from the others, is the T from the abbreviation of government. So I still don't see any examples in Jefferson yet of a three-stroke diacritical mark. So I don't think that's the explanation for why we have a dash there in both the Matlack version and the Dunlap version. I think Congress put them there, put that dash there on purpose for a reason, which I'll return to at the end. Well, I'll tell you, for me, the most important, the greatest significance of Professor Allen's article is that it reminds us what really matters about the second sentence of the Declaration of Independence. And I do consider it one sentence, even though I think that period may not be there by mistake. And it reminds us that when we pull phrases like all men are created equal or life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, we're kind of quoting them out of context. Because as she pointed out at the start of our session today, they are part of a bigger whole, a syllogism, and the bottom line of that syllogism is the right to secede. One society that's been in an alliance or a confederation with another society has the right to secede. So the things that are the most famous and most popular clauses of the Declaration of Independence today, all men are created equal, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, those are kind of the yada, yada, yada sections. You know, of course, we all have the right to secede, blah, blah. I'm sorry, we have certain rights and we're all equal, but the bottom line is that right of secession. That's really what Jefferson and the rest of Congress were focusing on. And another way to see that they're focusing on that is to look at the kinds of changes that were made, both by Jefferson, by the committee, and by Congress, all of them focused on the issue of sovereignty. That is, who rules the colonies now, and at what point does the right of revolution kick in? Has it kicked in yet? And actually, Danielle put up this slide already, that in the final version that he sent over, probably this first change was made by Jefferson himself, he wrote citizens eventually, but through hyperspectral imaging, the folks up at the Library of Congress went backwards and found out that what he'd originally written was subjects. So one change that Jefferson himself made was turning subjects into citizens. But he wasn't the only one, of course, who edited it. The committee edited this phrase to advance from that subordination in which we've hitherto remained into dissolve the political bands. Do you see the difference between what I've put in orange and what I've put in red? That is, the orange is we're admitting that we were previously inferior, subordinate, and now we're going to declare independence. Whereas the red version, to dissolve the political bands, that's saying that we have been allies of Great Britain. In the same way the United States is an ally of Great Britain today. So what we're breaking is an alliance, not out of a subordinate relationship. And likewise, Jefferson had written in his version, the rough draft of the Declaration, he'd referred to George III as his present majesty. The way we might refer to President Obama as the president said yesterday, we might say that. But I wouldn't say, as the prime minister said yesterday, because you wouldn't know which prime minister I was referring to. So if I'm referring to the leader of another state, I would say the present prime minister of Great Britain. And so do you see how the committee changed Jefferson's line, which admits that George III is Jefferson's king, to this new version, the present king of Great Britain, which says that George is the king of this other place that's been our ally, but never our superior. There were other changes made by Congress as well. Jefferson had this great idea in writing the Declaration of not mentioning Parliament when he's listing all the bad laws that Parliament's adopted, the taxes and the Quebec Act and so forth. Don't even mention them. That wonderful line that Jefferson has is, George III has combined with others, passing their acts of pretended legislation. Pretend legislation, as I tell my students, I'm not a princess, but I have to pretend to be one with my daughter sometimes. These are pretend laws. These are not real laws. And it's these others, by not naming Parliament, by not recognizing them on the piece of paper, you're not recognizing them in international law either. So that was a great idea on Jefferson's part, but then he goes on later to mention Parliament twice. Later in the Declaration of Independence, Congress got rid of both of those. So if you read the Declaration of Independence in any of the final versions, the word Parliament, even though it's really about Parliament, because George III was almost as much of a figure, well, he's not a totally figurehead, but he's closer to Elizabeth II than he was to Elizabeth I. So it's really about Parliament, and yet Parliament is never mentioned in the document. That's because their focus was on sovereignty, and they wanted to make it clear that what their only connection to Britain has been through the king, and now he's the king of Great Britain and no longer the king of America. The focus was on sovereignty. With all of that in mind, knowing that that second sentence of the Declaration of Independence is really about the right to secede, I want to propose that we should really refer to the Declaration of Independence as originally written and as adopted by Congress as an ordinance of secession. A loaded term, of course, particularly as we're back to talking about the Confederate flag. Again, I think we're finally going to get it down in South Carolina in the next in the next period. But here's Georgia's Ordinance of Secession from 1861. I defy you to find an anti-monarchical phrase in the Declaration of Independence. Julian Boyd, founding editor of the Jefferson Papers, said it best when he said that the Declaration bore no antagonism to the idea of kingship in general. It's only against this king, not against all kings. It was originally, as adopted by Congress, an ordinance of secession. But then, and really, even more than ordinance of secession, it's breaking off an alliance. But then the American people got a hold of it, and they turned it into something different. Some of you may have read Pauline Maier's wonderful book on the Declaration, which stresses that before it was adopted, before the Congress declared independence on July 2nd, 1776, there had already been 90 other declarations of independence at the local and provincial level. So there's this fascinating thing going on in the spring of 1776 that's ordinary people demanding independence. But they were demanding something more than independence, and I want to stress that latter half right now, and that is they were demanding a more egalitarian government. Even before Congress declared independence, people were saying, envisioning what it's going to be like afterwards. We want to elect our governor in a way that had not been done outside New England before. We want that governor, once we've elected him, to not have a veto power. We want to get rid of the property requirement for voting. People are envisioning a more democratic system, and I would describe the spring of 1776 as a spring of great expectations, of people expecting something a lot better. The classic document of that, of course, is Thomas Paine's Common Sense, but we also have petitions from evangelicals seeking religious liberty, a greater separation between church and state, as their later ally, sometimes ally Thomas Jefferson, would say. This is the spring of 1776 in which Abigail Adams wrote her famous Remember the Ladies letter. So people are expecting something better, even before the Declaration is written. And then, of course, that continues after the Declaration is written. It's something I think that Eric is going to talk about, and then I'm going to call the rewrite. People like Lemuel Haynes and Elizabeth Cady Stanton are reinterpreting the Declaration of Independence, making it have a new meaning. It is these people who turn it into a charter of freedom. No longer an ordinance of secession, but a charter of freedom, or if we can replace ordinance of secession there with a better document that resembles the Declaration of Independence today, and that would be the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that Eleanor Roosevelt, who helped write it, is holding on to. So it got turned into a different document from what its authors wrote. If you think that's far-fetched, let me just give you the example of another charter of freedom that's in the front of this building. I like putting the Constitution that was signed on September 17, 1787 up on the screen for my students and asking them, what are your favorite clauses? And freedom of speech comes up. Gun rights is coming up less and less, maybe. There's a kid in the back of the room, usually with piercings, who wants to remind us about unlawful search and seizure, cruel and unusual punishment. These are the things of freedom of press, freedom of religion. These are the things that people like the most about that Constitution that was signed on September 17, 1787, and none of them is in that document. Not in the document that Congress sent out to the states. Those were added first in the Bill of Rights, and then we get in the 14th Amendment, equal protection of the law, and in the 19th Amendment, everybody can vote no matter what their gender. Americans changed the meaning of the Constitution, as they did with the Declaration of Independence, turning it into a charter of freedom. Let me go back to the Declaration and then wrap up. If I'm right that the Declaration of Independence was no more egalitarian in the sense of being anti-slavery, and you see I'm somewhat disagreeing with my friend Holly on this, but no more sense of being, no more egalitarian than the Constitution in the sense of being anti-slavery. Neither document uses the word slave, but they're both all about slavery. If it's not egalitarian in the sense of wanting to enfranchise women, that's for sure, and not even anti-monarchical, Professor Allen's work raises the possibility that the Declaration of Independence is a liberation document in a completely different sense, one that is pregnant with significance for the modern day. And that is, she points out, she argues that by wanting to connect life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness with governments that are instituted among men to secure these rights, that by connecting those, she's kind of making what I would call an anti-government statement. That is, she's arguing that the authors of the Declaration understood that you need governments to secure those rights. Now, I think that's an interesting possibility, but I want to kind of refute it with something else that she says, and start off by pointing out that the notion of the government as the protector of the powerless, I think of as a 20th century notion. That comes from the century that gave us, thank God, the Brown versus Board of Education decision, the Voting Rights Act, and so forth. That is federal government decisions that made us a freer country. But in the 18th century, people didn't make that association. The government was who you called in if you're a white person and there's a slave revolt, or if you want to take land from Indians. And even among whites, the government was kind of the shears through which that the rich used to fleece the poor. And so I want to make a different argument about this. Let me put up the. This is. I feel like I usually don't agree with the National Review, but they're arguing, and I'm not agreeing with them on this point, but they're arguing. They understand the significance of what Professor Allen is saying, that if government is necessary to secure freedom, that's bad for them. So when everybody else was celebrating this amazing discovery of hers last year, they, of course, were poo-pooing it. But if we take away this notion that the government is there to protect freedom, and of course, even Thomas Paine wouldn't go that far. But if we think about that dash being there for a different reason, if that dash, okay, 2 minutes. If that dash is there to stress the phrase that comes before us, and this is something that Professor Allen mentions in her paper, that John Adams was really into the idea of happiness. James Otis had been promoting the phrase for more than a decade, life, liberty, and property. But as we all know, the Declaration changes that into life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So maybe one reason to put some kind of pause there was to stress the word happiness. Or maybe the reason for the pause was to stress that whole phrase, life, liberty, which I've cheated by putting them together so they'd fit here, but to put that whole phrase, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness together. So Danielle, maybe those high school students were right, that maybe with some kind of pause after happiness, what that leads to is you really focusing on the individual natural rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So this is why I say that the articles made me more ambivalent about the Declaration. On the one hand, her notion of the second sentence as a syllogism convinces me more than ever that the Declaration of Independence is an ordinance of secession. On the other hand, by drawing attention to that phrase, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which I think Congress intended to add an emphasis to that phrase that Jefferson himself did not place on it. But he wrote the beautiful phrase, but they emphasized it, that here's a way in which it is a liberation document. It's a document about individual rights, and the way that Congress chose to emphasize those individual rights was to use a technique that was used then as it is used now. I'm pausing because my notes say pause here. That technique was you emphasize by pausing. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. It's a great honor to be talking about the Declaration of Independence in this building, and I want to thank Danielle Allen for that honor. What does the Declaration of Independence actually declare? For most Americans today, the answer is embodied in what is typically seen to be the opening sentence of the second paragraph. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, period. But in 1776, that's not how most Americans would have seen the Declaration. Over the past 2 decades, scholars have taught us to see a very different declaration, and it may be the case that right now the divide between scholarship and public understanding is at an all-time high. In 1996, Pauline Maier recovered what might be called the grassroots of the congressional document, exposing how that document itself depended on local municipal declarations around the colonies. She also showed in her Pulitzer Prize-winning book that many in and out of Congress in 1776 did not see the document as the kind of founding text we now revere. Then, in 2007, David Armitage revealed in his study of the Declaration's original international meaning and subsequent global history that the entirety of the now famous second paragraph was little more than a minor premise. Few at the time discussed these words, instead focusing on the long list of charges against King George III that dominated the body of the text, or the bold capital letters in the document's final section, the declaration that the colonies are free and independent states. Those words about sovereignty remained the most legible on the parchment declaration, and they were putatively far more important than the claims of individual and collective rights embodied in the opening sentence of the second paragraph. And now we learn that the most famous sentence in American history is not a sentence at all. If Danielle Allen persuades you that what we take to be a period should be a comma or a semicolon, then it is important for us to ask how we came to partition the text we have. Who put a period there? Why did we come to focus on the message that we did? How did we go from their declaration in the 18th century to what Danielle Allen calls our declaration? These are the questions that I hope to address now. With the help of newly digitized 18th century American newspapers and other publications, what we might call new humanities, we can now more precisely trace how people wrote about the Declaration in its own time and can begin to tell a more nuanced story about how and who gave us the Declaration we know. While most observers at the time were focusing on other parts of the document, one set of people saw this sentence as the most important statement: opponents of slavery. To be sure, Revolutionary-era abolitionists constituted a minority of the Declaration's early readers. But years later, it would be their reading that helped transform an instrument of international law into a founding document of domestic politics. They saw the Declaration as an anti-slavery document, and they partitioned the text in such a way that Lincoln at Gettysburg or Martin Luther King Jr. during the March on Washington saw the text as having created a nation committed to the proposition that all men are created equal. Though it now seems hard to believe, the Declaration of Independence was probably not considered the most important document Congress commissioned in the early summer of 1776. As we've heard today, other committees drafted a plan for alliances with other nations, which would be a crucial component for a successful war, and the Articles of Confederation, the first attempt to create a centralized national government. As multilateral agreements between the states and with foreign powers, these other documents required more legislative care and attention than the Declaration, which was, after all, more concerned with dissolving connections than with building them. Several weeks before the signing of the now iconic handwritten copy on parchment, the text was reproduced in a flurry of printings in newspapers. We've now seen many of them on our screen. But many in and out of Congress did not see the text as the founding text we now commonly take it to be. And once it was signed, the document largely disappeared from public notice. As Pauline Maier has recounted in her study of the making and sacralization of the Declaration, for many years, even the parchment copy languished in the State Department, rolled up and out of sight. But one group of Americans was determined to keep part of it before the public. The Declaration's rhetoric of freedom, equality, and rights entered a world in which chattel slavery was a social reality for a fifth of the population. Indeed, the first newspaper notice, printed in Philadelphia by Benjamin Town on July 2nd, 1776, that Congress had declared the colonies free and independent states, sat right next to, a runaway notice offering a reward for the return of an enslaved black man named Ishmael. Rarely did liberty and slavery come together quite so poignantly as they did here. To members of the small anti-slavery movement at the time, the language of the Declaration must have arrived as a blessing, a national document signed by some of America's leading citizens that included a claim that all men are created equal. Almost immediately, it seems, anti-slavery activists such as Lemuel Haynes of Massachusetts incorporated those words into their arguments against slavery. Haynes was of mixed race. He had a black father and a white mother and called himself a mulatto. He had experienced life as an indentured servant and as a soldier, but never as a slave, and he embraced the key sentence as an epigraph for a manuscript he had been working on with the characteristically lengthy and loosely spelled 18th century title of Liberty Further Extended, or Free Thoughts on the Illegality of Slave Keeping, wherein those arguments that are used in its vindication are plainly confuted, together with a humble address to such as are concerned in the practice. There, in unedited prose on the title page, he cited the words of Congress. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, period. He may have been among the very first, in fact, to see a period where Danielle Allen sees a comma. Haynes' essay was not published in his lifetime, but he was part of a larger social and political movement, and other similar uses of the phrase did see print. In a sermon given in 1778, a white anti-slavery minister from Hanover, New Jersey, asked his listeners, and later his readers, if 'tis self-evident, i.e. so clear that it needs not proof, how unjust, how inhuman for Britons or Americans not only to attempt, but actually to violate this right. That same year, a Quaker from Pennsylvania named Anthony Benezet suggested that a nation that made the public declarations of equality and rights present in the Declaration while simultaneously supporting slavery risked divine punishment during wartime. In 1783, David Cooper of New Jersey published an address directed to, quote, the rulers of America, that is the Congress, in the Continental Congress, on the inconsistency of slavery in a land of liberty, using the second paragraph, indeed the very first part of the second paragraph of the Declaration, to hold them to account. Could Congress, he asked on the other side of the page, could Congress have truly meant only the rights of white men and not of all men? Invoking the language of the Declaration became a powerful part of abolitionist rhetoric. Indeed, a search for the phrase, all men are created equal, in digitized newspapers and non-periodical publications of the late 18th century reveals that a majority of the citations in the 15 years after 1776 were by opponents of the slave trade. They cornered the market on the citation of that phrase. Formal abolitionist societies in Pennsylvania in 1788, and in Maryland in 1791, and in New Jersey in 1793 all worked the sentence into the constitutions of their organizations. Abolitionist sympathizers in Congress invoked the sentence on the floor of the new House of Representatives in 1790, even though the Constitution itself denied Congress the power to prohibit the migration and importation of slaves before 1808. And long before abolitionism became a potent political force in America, the Declaration's language of rights became a linchpin of the move away from slavery. In writing it, Jefferson and Congress built on intellectual foundations from John Locke and others and had followed the sweeping language of Virginia's Declaration of Rights, a draft of which circulated in June of 1776 as far as Philadelphia and enumerated the natural rights of life and liberty as well as the right to pursue happiness. In Massachusetts, the Constitution adopted in 1780 began with a Declaration of Rights, which held that all men are born free and equal and have certain natural, essential, and unalienable rights, including life, liberty, safety, and happiness. In 1783, citing that article, the Massachusetts Supreme Court declared slavery unconstitutional in Massachusetts, forestalling the necessarily difficult political wrangling and cost that might have ensued with a direct legislative solution for emancipation. Vermont's Declaration of Rights in the Constitution of 1777 opened with similar language, but followed these abstractions with a specific prohibition on slavery. It is important to note that all of the rights declarations partition the claims of equality and rights from the enumerated but separate claims that government was the collective tool for securing those rights. It is also significant that the anti-slavery writers chose to highlight the claims of equality and rights rather than the remedy of revolution that comes at the end of the second paragraph of the Declaration. Perhaps they simply wished to promote emancipation and to avoid the specter of slave revolt. As the Revolutionary War ended in 1783, legislators in Rhode Island prefaced an act for the gradual abolition of slavery with a direct citation of the claims of rights and equality from the Declaration's second paragraph. And by 1792, when almanac maker Benjamin Banneker, an African American, quoted the, quote, true and invaluable doctrine that all men are created equal, back to the then Secretary of State Thomas Jefferson in an exchange of letters reprinted in newspapers across the new nation, abolitionists had been working for a decade and a half to make Americans identify the Declaration of Independence with the cause of enslaved peoples. On the eve of the Civil War, many free Americans seemed to agree on the growing centrality of the second paragraph, for better or perhaps for worse. In 1848, the pro-slavery South Carolina Senator John C. Calhoun described the claim of equality in the Declaration as a politically unnecessary error, his word. Independence could have been announced without this, quote, false and dangerous, unquote, idea, which had, quote, laid dormant, unquote, for many years, but was now germinating and beginning to produce, he said, poisonous fruits. Abraham Lincoln acknowledged in 1857 that the claim that all men are created equal was, quote, of no practical use, unquote, in dissolving ties with Britain. But when he looked at it, he saw a bold claim that had been placed by the Founding Fathers for future use. Frederick Douglass, the former slave and prominent abolitionist, agreed about the importance of the phrase, but saw things differently. America, he said, was false to the past, and its current conduct was clearly at odds with the revolutionary heritage embodied in the Declaration. To a slave's ears, Douglass explained in 1852, the shouts of liberty and equality that now routinely accompanied celebrations of the Declaration were nothing but, he said, hollow mockery. By the time Southern states began seceding from the Union, issuing declarations of secession and independence rooted in the Declaration of the Continental Congress, many more Americans had taken the interpretive turn that Calhoun dreaded, that Lincoln longed for, and that Frederick Douglass found hypocritical. In doing so, they had discovered in the Declaration's second paragraph, and particularly in the first sentence of that paragraph, a radical commitment to equality and rights that most of its framers and early readers could not have anticipated. But at the time of its writing, very few in the newly United States, besides a small contingent of black and white anti-slavery activists, would have seen the Declaration as a document of radical egalitarianism, or even as a founding document. That we do so now is a testament in part to their efforts and to generations of readers since who have pressed the United States to live up to those words. Early anti-slavery activists transformed the Declaration. They insisted its import and meaning was contained in the part of the text they cited and extracted over and over in the Revolutionary era. They used the Declaration to make anti-slavery arguments. In doing so, they helped Americans partition the Declaration's text. Perhaps they wanted the best soundbite from that text, or perhaps, just as likely, perhaps more, they wanted to avoid having their readers associate violent revolt with the plight of the enslaved. Whatever their motivations, it was figures like Lemuel Haynes who gave us our Declaration. Thank you.
Let me reiterate the thanks that other speakers have given to Danielle for convening us here and also to the National Archives for making this extraordinary symposium possible. And let me also add to this my thanks to Danielle for the inspiration and also the provocation afforded by her remarkable book on the Declaration and by the successor article which forms the basis of many of our discussions today. And I'd like to begin actually with a quotation, if I may, from Danielle's book. She says, very close to the beginning of her work, "I am trying to draw different circles of readers together, the lovers of democracy, whether at home or abroad. For are we not all Democrats? Do we not all need, at some level, to understand what it means to be part of a democratic polity?" The answer to that question, I think, is obviously yes, but I think there are some interesting and very productive tensions in that statement about the lovers of democracy at home and abroad in the way we think about the meaning, or we should say now the meanings of the Declaration of Independence. As Danielle points out, I think very poignantly and movingly throughout her book, deliberation is the very foundation of democracy. But as we must also remember, deliberation demands accepting different understandings in those with whom we deliberate in the conversations that take place between us around our different understandings. And in the case of fundamental texts like the Declaration of Independence, we have not just different understandings, but different understandings based upon divergent readings, which is why so much is at stake in matters of seemingly mere periods, commas, and dashes. I think this is especially true when the fundamental text under discussion is indissolubly tied to a specific national tradition, even to a national identity, as the US Declaration of Independence obviously is. And again, at the very end of her book, I think it may be even, in fact, the concluding sentence of her book, Danielle says, "The time has come to bring back to life our national commitment to equality. It is time to let the Declaration once more be ours." And the implicit question in my remarks now is, who are we? When Danielle begins with the idea of the lovers of democracy at home and abroad, might that not actually be in tension with our national commitment? As you may have guessed already, I am not an American. I am going through the naturalization process at the moment, and if the Immigration and Naturalization Service is listening in on the live stream, I may not become an American as a result of the provocation of my remarks. So I do this, deliver this talk with some trepidation. At least since 1776, democratic reading, we might say, has taken place on a transnational scale and increasingly on a global one, so that, for instance, by the 1850s, the Declaration could be celebrated by the Hungarian patriot Lajos Kossuth as, quotes, "the noblest, happiest page in mankind's history." I've argued elsewhere that the Declaration of Independence, in its various forms in 1776, was a product of a global moment in the late 18th century, and that its authors, Thomas Jefferson, the Committee of Five, the Continental Congress in particular, were well aware of their international audience, as we know from those pregnant phrases in the document about the opinions of mankind or a candid world. For it was, in fact, that audience of the powers of the earth that they most needed to persuade if they were, in fact, to achieve independence. So we might run the counterfactual. If, for instance, the Continental Army had been defeated at the Battle of Saratoga, would we even be reading the Declaration of Independence now? Is its power, its rhetorical power, its power as a provocation to deliberation, in some sense derived from that very fact of power, the fact of having won in the end? And then we need to think about how the American forces did actually win so that their founding documents became founding documents. And I've just slipped into an error, in fact, which I try to work against in my book, talking about Americans in 1776. Of course, there were no Americans in 1776. There were, as we've seen from Jefferson's own ambivalences between citizens and subjects, or subjects and citizens, for instance, the transition to create Americans was a very lengthy, fraught, and long drawn-out process. Perhaps only, as many historians would point out, perhaps only something which comes to any kind of resolution after the Civil War. In fact, the Italian patriot Massimo d'Azeglio said after Italian unification, "We have made Italy, now we must make Italians." I can imagine Thomas Jefferson and others saying exactly the same thing in 1776 after the Declaration, perhaps even after 1783 with the recognition of American independence. We have made America, now we must make Americans. For this reason, I agree both with Eric and with Woody that the Declaration of Independence was primarily in 1776 intended as an ordinance of secession, to translate that slightly later language that Woody invoked, and indeed that for practical purposes, the opening and closing paragraphs of the Declaration of Independence were the operative parts of the argument. And Eric has already quoted Abraham Lincoln, saying that the assertion that all men are created equal was of no practical use in effecting our separation from Great Britain, but that it was placed in the Declaration not for that, but for future use. And I think that future use is something that Eric has mapped very convincingly. The battle over the second paragraph, its creation, its recreation, the opprobrium of slaveholders and those who supported the institution of slavery, for instance, downplaying that as against the African Americans and abolitionists who supported, I think, is very convincing in terms of the reworking, not only of the meaning of that paragraph, but of its salience as really the central message of the document. But that too was a long, drawn-out and much contested process. I think in this regard, if we think about the primary object of the Declaration of Independence, not so called in the document, of course, itself, there may in fact be less at stake in historical terms in 1776 between the two readings of the second paragraph, either as 3 or possibly 5 self-evident truths, whether that is as a series or, as Danielle has argued, as a syllogism, at least in terms of the original intention of the document as an ordinance of secession. When the document first circulated around the Atlantic world, it was primarily in the form of the Dunlap broadside, as, for example, in this example from the British National Archives. Copies keep coming up almost every summer in the British National Archives. I think we're up to now 5 or 6 copies there. That in itself is very significant, I think, that copies of the Declaration, especially of the Dunlap broadside, were being picked up by military and political officials in the American colonies, British military and American military and political officials in the colonies, and being sent back to Britain, to Whitehall, which is why they're still in the British National Archives now, as a form of information along with other documentation, both manuscript and printed, about the activities in the colonies itself. However, I think it's notable. I spent last week looking at everything printed by John Dunlap just in 1776, just to get a sense of how he used his punctuation and his one of many examples where I'm not sure he really distinguishes between a period and a dash, for instance. So I've given you 3 instances. This is document he prints in December 1776, where you have a period and then a dash, a period, and then simply a dash. And in terms of the sense, the punctuation has exactly the same meaning in each of those cases. So I think he does move between these possibilities, and if we're really going to nail down the significance of his punctuation at the very least, we need to cross-check that against his own compositorial practices, which are also visible here in the slightly mysterious second Dunlap broadside. We might say this is the first facsimile of the Declaration of Independence, produced by Dunlap himself at some unknown date. When he reset the type, he'd clearly broken up the type after July 5th, 1776, and when he reset it, this is from the vellum copy in the American Philosophical Society, we have not two dashes, a long and a short, as in the original Dunlap broadside, but one single long dash, perhaps with a period or not with a period. I've seen two reproductions of the APS copy. One has a period, then a dash, one just has the dash. So I will need to go to Philadelphia, or someone will need to go to Philadelphia to look at that at some point. So just to put a little bit of question around the significance of, for instance, Dunlap's own practices. Now I want to turn to three other sets of evidence, or pieces of evidence, or bodies of evidence, to consider different understandings of the Declaration in 1776 and subsequently. The first are the immediate responses to the Declaration, then to the translations, the first translations of the Declaration, then briefly to other declarations of independence since 1776. So how did the textual tradition abroad, beyond these United States, shed light on readings of the second paragraph, whether as serial or syllogistic? The first here is from the first response by the exiled British governor of Massachusetts, Thomas Hutchinson, writing in London in the summer of 1776, his strictures upon the Declaration of the Congress. His version is somewhat hybrid. When he prints the second paragraph, he has a comma, not a period, or a dash after life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So he's one of the very first people, I think, who really, as it were, full-throatedly gives us that sentence as one single sentence without any ambiguity whatsoever. Yet when he comes to analyze the meaning of that sentence, he dissociates the claims to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness from the right of resistance and attacks each of them equally. That's also the case, I think it's even more clearly the case, in the official British government response to the Declaration. This is the answer to the Declaration of the American Congress, usually attributed to the young lawyer John Lynn, and indeed the first 120 pages are by him, but there is a specific refutation of the philosophy, the political philosophy of the Declaration, which we know is by Jeremy Bentham, the famous utilitarian philosopher. When he comes to deal with the second paragraph, he separates the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness from rights both to government and resistance to government, and indeed, in his philosophical demolition of the logic of the second paragraph, he says, well, these Americans, and again, it's people on the other side of the water who call them Americans before they call themselves Americans, Bentham says they simply don't understand. If they're making a claim to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, each one of those things has to be abridged in order for government to take place. So he turns, as it were, the syllogism exactly on its head. At the same time, to secure these rights, they are content that governments should be instituted. They perceive not, or will not seem to perceive, that nothing which can be called government ever was or ever could be in any instance exercised but at the expense of one or other of those rights. So a bit more evidence about how this was read at the time to lay alongside Eric's evidence as well. So what about the evidence of the early translations? The first translation into German is in Philadelphia, published on the 9th of July, 1776, so very shortly after both the Dunlap and the Town printings, published both as a broadside and in the German language newspaper in Philadelphia on that day as well. And as you'll see when we zoom in, it separates the first clause from the rest with a period as well, so possibly following the Town version, but certainly the first translation, this widely circulated German translation, sees the second paragraph as serial rather than syllogistic by dividing the first three rights from the remaining ones with a full stop. If we go then to the tradition of French translations, which again begins in the summer of 1776. I'll just give you a couple of copies, a couple of instances from slightly later. The French tradition is in fact bifurcated. We get both, as it were, the serial and the syllogistic readings here. So, for example, in the Recueil des Lois Constitutives, published in Paris, not in Philadelphia, in Paris, in 1778, sponsored by Benjamin Franklin, really as a piece of public diplomacy on behalf of the United States. The last two clauses are dependent on the earlier ones and separated again only by a comma in the French, as you can see here on the right. However, a few years later, the equally widely distributed and also semi-official French translation in the Constitution des 13 États-Unis de l'Amérique of 1783 bisects them with a full stop. So again, it's serial rather than syllogistic in this case. And this version, this translation, in fact, is the one that's published in 1790 in a two-volume history of the American Revolution and its aftermath, called L'Amérique Indépendante, published in Ghent. This is a propaganda work published in the context of the revolt of the Austrian Netherlands against their ruler Joseph II, and they indeed issued their own Declaration of Independence in 1790 based on the American Declaration, but when they reproduce what they call the Acte d'Indépendance, they take the translation not from the Recueil, which has the syllogistic version, but from the Constitution, which has the serial version, as it were. And that, too, is the version that's printed in the first Spanish translation. Remarkably, the first Spanish translation of the Declaration doesn't appear until 1811, but interestingly, it appears in Philadelphia. This is a kind of handbook of revolution, which is produced in Spanish in Philadelphia to be circulated in the Spanish-American colonies at this period, including a whole battery of documents, including state constitutions, the federal constitution, and the Articles of Confederation, and so on, as well as the Declaration of Independence, the U.S. Declaration in Spanish translation. Here again, we get the serial rather than the syllogistic version. So we can be pretty sure this is the version that would have circulated in Spanish America during the breakup of and the reorganization of the Spanish monarchy in the early part of the 19th century. And then we come to one of the interesting problems, the problem with which I will end in just a moment, is, and this has already been adumbrated by Eric Slauter, that in the successive declarations of independence issued in the years after 1776, and especially after the early 19th century outside the US, almost no attention is paid to the second paragraph of the US Declaration, particularly in the sense that almost no quotations from it are used, no obeisance is made to that, whether in the form of the serial or the syllogistic version. It drops out of this later tradition of declarations of independence. If you look simply at, as it were, formal declarations of independence, which lead to the creation of what we might think of as states, in the contemporary form, there are at least 120 of those declarations of independence that have been issued around the world since 1776. And I will show you the only two that I have discovered in that canon, which make any reference to the second paragraph of the US Declaration. There are a great many other declarations of independence, somewhere between 70 and 90, issued by various other sub-state communities in Spanish America as well. I haven't been through all of those, but my sense through having been through some of those is again that they pay no attention to the second paragraph when they're using the US Declaration as the basis of their declarations, as the template for how they will declare independence themselves. Also true of the Haitian Declaration of Independence, which is up on the top left here as well. We know that there was one version of the Haitian Declaration of Independence patterned after so-called Jefferson's Declaration, as it was called in later discussions of the Haitian Declaration, but the version that was finally published and which also recently turned up in the British National Archives, again for very similar reasons to the number of Dunlap broadsides in the British National Archives. This makes no reference to the US Declaration, whether the second paragraph or any other part of it. If we go into the 19th century, again looking at other declarations of independence, Woody's already referred to the ordinances of secession. I've got the South Carolina one here, but just also briefly wanted to mention the Texas Declaration as well. The Texas Declaration of Independence, of course, declaring independence from Mexico in order then to join the United States, makes many specific textual references, flattering textual references to the U.S. Declaration, but does not lay out a particular reading one way or the other of the second sentence. It reformulates the argument into an argument from resistance, but not one directly related to that iteration or enumeration of individual rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And of course, the South Carolina Ordinance of Secession, just like the other ordinances of secession, necessarily draws a veil over the second paragraph as something that they wish to ignore for patently obvious reasons. The only 19th century exception to the rule that declarations of independence do not refer, outside the US, do not refer to the second paragraph is the Liberian Declaration of Independence of 1847. Again, for tolerably obvious reasons. This is a community of freed slaves under the protection of the United States itself. Their Declaration of Independence, like their Constitution, is very closely modeled on the US founding documents. However, interestingly, I think very importantly, for reasons similar to those that Eric was pointing out, the Liberian Declaration of Independence does speak about its recognition in all men of certain natural and inalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the right to acquire, possess, enjoy, and defend property. A very important assertion by those who had formerly themselves been owned as property, full stop. And then they dissociate, or in fact they don't talk about a right of resistance, again I think for the reasons that Eric was pointing about, that for abolitionists and the enslaved or the formerly enslaved, it was very, very important to keep the promises of individual liberty very far apart from the specter of slave or slave resistance or African American resistance as well. The only other major declaration of independence that cites or invokes the second paragraph of the US Declaration is Ho Chi Minh's Vietnamese Declaration of Independence of 1945. At one point, I think it was in his first campaign for president, President Obama was asked about an important moment in his childhood, and he remembered the time when his grandmother read him the opening lines of the Declaration of Independence, all men are created equal, etc., etc., etc. And I wondered ever since, why was his grandmother reading him the Vietnamese Declaration of Independence, not the US Declaration of Independence? Because, of course, those are not the opening lines of the US Declaration, but they are of the Vietnamese Declaration. But Ho Chi Minh runs a very interesting riff on those by saying this immortal statement made in the Declaration of Independence in the US of America. He had an OSS agent in Hanoi. He checked the text just to make sure he was getting the right words, and he said, in a broader sense, this means all the peoples on earth are equal from birth. All the peoples have a right to live, to be happy, and to be free. A very important cosmopolitan, even universalist expansion of those individual rights from the second paragraph of the US Declaration in the context of incipient decolonization. However, the pattern of not referring to the second paragraph and its promises continues throughout the 20th century. I'll just give you the most extreme example here. This is the Rhodesian Unilateral Declaration of Independence of November 1965, of course, proclaimed by the white minority government of southern Rhodesia against the British Parliament. It's a remarkable declaration of independence for many, many reasons, not least because it ends with God save the Queen. This is a revolt against Parliament and in favor of monarchy, though, as we're now learning from Eric Nelson's brilliant and groundbreaking book, The Royalist Revolution, we might even think about the American Revolution in those terms as well, as a revolt primarily against Parliament, not against the King. So the evidence, at least of the spread of the Declaration of Independence, its imitation, even its translation, is that the second paragraph was of relatively little and in some ways even marginal importance for the understanding of the Declaration's central meaning outside the United States after 1776. So this is rather like the question of the dog that did not bark in the night in the famous Sherlock Holmes story Silver Blaze. So Holmes has this interchange with a rather bone-headed Inspector Gregory. Is there any point to which you wish to draw my attention, Holmes, to the curious incident of the dog in the nighttime? The dog did nothing in the nighttime, Holmes. That was the curious incident. Let us call this then the case of the dogma that did not bark in the night. The absence of the second paragraph of the Declaration, whether in its serial or its syllogistic forms, is an important mystery. And I think a very significant one if we're thinking about the democratic promises of the Declaration of Independence. Is it the case that the Declaration of Independence is so closely tied to the national identity of the United States that it cannot be turned into a universal document? Or can its promises be somehow detached from its place within a national myth, even, let us say, in this building, a national archive, in such a way that its promises can be revealed, enacted, and opened up for all of the world's democrats, all of the world's peoples? And again, I return to my opening question. When we talk about our declaration, who exactly are we? And how do we work against the place of the Declaration in a national mythology in order to turn it into an international, a global, and a universal document of pregnant and ever-expanding promises? Thank you very much.
That was an incredible amount of information and very well stated by all of our panelists. We are a little behind schedule. I'm going to take control and equate some liberty for lunch for you all. And if you have questions for our excellent panelists, we'll figure a way to work them into the subsequent events. My apologies to our panelists for missing the opportunities here. But we will break for lunch and convene back. We'll start at 1:30. If our next panel could be here by about 1:15 for miking up, that would be helpful, and we'll stay on track. Again, that was a fantastic, wonderful series of presentations. Thank you all very much.
Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check, check, check. Doesn't sound that great though. Let's turn you down. You up. Check, check, check. I'll go out there. Cause I'm gonna turn the other ones on also. That shouldn't interfere. Check, 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 check. Boost the gain, check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. Are you guys packing up? Yes, we're leaving. Oh, okay. You're not doing the second half. The morning was enough. They bored you out. They bored you out of here, huh? Oh, okay. Ain't but so much you can learn about punctuation, huh? You ready for more? I have to be. I have to be. Check, check, check. 1, 2. They just wanted the first segment. Oh, okay.
Afternoon, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your lunch, and thank you so much for making your way back here. I wanted to add one additional message of thanks to the many thank yous we've had to offer already today, and that's thanks to my home institution, the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, which has supported this conference as well. And that's, I think, a wonderful example of the kinds of partnerships that there can be between the National Archives and academic institutions. So my thanks to the director and the staff at the Institute who've done a lot to make this conference possible. So we're now moving on to the panel that is about teaching the Declaration of Independence. That's always been an incredibly important topic. It's perhaps an even more important topic now, given that the Common Core curriculum has only 3 texts that it actually requires as part of the core, and those are the Declaration, the Bill of Rights, and the Gettysburg Address. And then add to that the fact that the College Board a year ago announced that starting in 2016, every version of the SAT would engage students in some way around the Declaration of Independence. It won't necessarily test students on the Declaration, but if not the Declaration, then Lincoln's Gettysburg Address and its use of the Declaration, or Martin Luther King. So the Declaration will be a presence in every SAT going forward from the spring of 2016. So I think that underscores the importance of just all of us collectively thinking carefully about how we go about supporting teaching of the Declaration of Independence. We have 3 terrific panelists today. So our first speaker, so on your left for the audience, Ted Dixon, who is an AP US history teacher at Providence Day in Charlotte, North Carolina. Ted is also the co-chair of the AP US History Development Committee, so working with the College Board. In the middle, Roger Beckett of the Ashbrook Center at Ashland University. And the Ashbrook Center runs Rediscovering America, which provides workshops and institutes for teachers all over the country around teaching US history. And here, closest to me, Suzanne Vogt, who is also an AP US history teacher in the Phoenix Union High School District. So it's terrific to have them all here. Ted asked me to also remind you or alert you that he brought a handout which is at the door. If you didn't have a chance to get one already, make sure you get one on your way out so that you have something to use when you next teach the Declaration. So, Ted, over to you.
Thank you, Danielle, and thank you to National Archives. There's often conferences like this that don't include the teaching aspects, so it's very heartening that we're part of the process of talking about the Declaration. So I want to give you a little bit of background about myself and where I come to from this. My father was a Republican politician in Massachusetts, served in World War II, and had started off as a history teacher, and so dinner table conversations often revolved around politics or U.S. history or the Declaration of Independence, things like that. So I came to this originally from that angle. I always say that my mother is a left-wing radical on the other side, and so their different perspectives on the Declaration are going to be maybe part of the story that I will tell today. We had a lot to think about from our panelists this morning, and so now what we have to try to figure out is how you can digest that into a survey course where you have 140 days to teach the entire U.S. survey, and you want to cover the Declaration of Independence as part of that survey. Just a little background, I teach it at private school in Charlotte, North Carolina. It's a TK or pre-K to 12th grade school, about 1,650 students. Was already mentioned about my background with AP US History. So what I hope with the Declaration is my students will read it, will reflect on it, will understand something about it, and will remember some key details about it. That's the goals that I'm going to try to advance here. Danielle's book, Our Declaration, challenges you to read the Declaration as a text somewhat independent of context. David Armitage in his presentation challenges us to think about a much larger global context, and other historians such as Joseph Ellis tend to focus the context in 1776, as did Pauline Maier in 75 and 76. So how do you take all those different versions and put them into a course and still get students to believe or understand, in the words of Gordon Wood, that we are a country founded on 3 pieces of paper as opposed to the way a lot of other countries are founded. So, having said that, let me see if I can get this going in the right direction. The new AP US History framework has this statement. This actually hasn't been published yet, but this is the slightly revised version. And so very clearly in the framework, it is giving the importance of the Declaration to APUS history and to the survey. And I've been involved in this redesign project for 10 years, and one of the things that we really want to have in the APUS history course is a lot more in-depth reading of primary source documents. That's part of the goals behind the redesign. So what I hope with reading the Declaration is that I'm going to set up with my students ideas about equality, ideas about independence, and ideas about context that they will then use throughout the rest of the course. So, wrong direction on my pointer here. There's basically 4 essential questions that I'm going to try to address when I approach the Declaration. And these are the 4 questions. So what are the contexts in the summer of '76? What's the structure, argument, significance of the Declaration? What's the most important paragraph of the document? And to what extent was the Declaration of Independence a turning point? Now, prior to this, the day before this discussion, we will have looked at common sense, and we will have talked about the beginnings of the war. And so that's the background that we will have when we get to this part of the discussion. So as far as contexts, so there's the immediate context in Philadelphia. And as Jefferson and the Committee of Five are writing, they're not just in contact with the people in Philadelphia, but they're in contact with people back in Virginia, back in Boston, back in other places, exchanging ideas. Jefferson says that he goes out and tries to talk to as many people in Virginia as he can about their ideas about independence. So you have that background going on within the Continental Congress. But as the point that was made earlier, I think is a really critical point for students to understand, that this Committee of Five is one of only several committees that are being created in the summer of '76. So declaring independence also begs the question of what kind of a government will we have? So there's a committee that's going to draft an Articles of Confederation. There's also a committee that's going to draft a plan for negotiating treaties of commerce and alliance with foreign powers, although initially they're a little leery of the idea of alliance. Eventually that becomes the most important part of that committee, trying to get alliance, especially with France. And there's a Board of War and Ordnance that John Adams is basically running, trying to fight the war. So that's one context. What's going on in Philadelphia is Congress struggles to try to figure out how to manage this new situation. You also have the context of the war. And in the context of the war, in March, my father always remembered St. Patrick's Day as Evacuation Day. On March 17th, the British left Boston, and they disappeared somewhere out into the Atlantic. Washington then moves its troops down to New York, expecting that to be the focus of the next attack. And the fleet is sighted off of New York the same day that the Committee of Five presents the Declaration to the Continental Congress, June 28th. So the war context is what's happening in New York and with Washington and the Continental Army as the British approach. And throughout this discussion, that's going to be a very important context. And in fact, the war is nearly lost within a month of the Declaration being written because Washington almost gets trapped on Long Island. And his escapes on Long Island and from Manhattan are really what make the continuation of the war possible and really change his focus to the war being about maintaining the Continental Army rather than winning major battles or defending New York City. At the same time, the Howe brothers, when they came, had offered to try to negotiate a peace. They believed that their job should be to negotiate an end to the fighting without too much fighting. So they did not take advantage of several military opportunities because they were still thinking about negotiation first rather than destruction of Washington's army. So when the dust settles at the end of the summer, the American Army, Continental Army is still alive, and the British have missed an opportunity to perhaps destroy the Continental Army and kill Washington. And now the Congress is committed to independence. So then the final context is the context of the world. And this is what I've done a lot of work sort of indirectly with David Armitage on this, although we never actually met each other till today. We've exchanged emails and different things about this topic and written together in some ways. And so that's the idea that this is a global moment, that at this moment in history, which is really started following the First World War, the French and Indian or 7 Years' War. You have a global context, what's happening with this Committee of Five in Philadelphia. Adam Smith is publishing his Wealth of Nations that summer. David points out in one of his articles that the word international is actually coined in 1780 as a new word to describe this new global moment that's going on. And even Dunlap, who we learned a lot about today, was an Irish immigrant printing on Dutch paper. So again, showing the connections of the world in that sense. And they very intentionally framed the document to appeal to the opinions of mankind and to a candid world in this particular document. So this context is how we'll start the discussion. We'll present this context. They'll take some notes on this context. I think if you have the handout, they would be taking notes probably on the 5th page. But if you look at the 4th page for 1 second, I also want to point out that really the way to think about this is an idea of concentric circles, that you have the small circle in Philadelphia, a larger circle maybe in the middle colonies, and the war itself, and then the global circle beyond that. And as we do context, students could take notes in each of those circles as to where that particular context would go. So we start with context. The second question was about the structure, argument, and significance of the Declaration. And here's the Committee of Five presenting on June 28th. And this is what I've spelled out on pages 5 to 7 of that handout. And this is based on what we do with document analysis in AP US History. We want the students to think about the format of a particular document. We want them to think about the point of view of the authors of that document. We want them to think about the purpose of the document. We want them to think about the intended audience. So this is where I will now actually, having been part of this conference, and this fall spend more time on punctuation and capitalization than I have in the past. But we will look a lot at different parts of this. I've always looked at the 18th clause about slavery and have students discuss and debate what that means and the significance of that, although I've never really talked about the capitalization of the word men in that phrase, so that'll be something I can enrich that conversation with. So they'll do this for homework. They'll listen to the Declaration of Independence Roadshow's actors version where they read the Declaration of Independence, as well as going through and using the document to answer the questions on pages 5 to 7. And that conversation will allow us to explore ideas like property versus happiness, slavery, and equality. The next step is about the long-range significance. And this is where I think the heart of our conversation is, and that is what is the most important paragraph in the document. And I've conflated a couple of paragraphs here to make this 4. But is it the introduction? Or is it the paragraph or sentence we've been spending most of today on, the second paragraph or sentence? Is it the list of things that the king has done and that we then did in response with petitions? Or is it the last paragraph that's we therefore? And we actually didn't ever project that today, so here's part of that last paragraph. We therefore, the representatives of the United States in General Congress assembled, and if there's any typos, it's because we typed this 2 seconds ago to add this to the presentation. But the idea, this is where we're declaring ourselves to be one of these free and independent states and declaring our right to do those things which states should and ought to do. So just as a quick survey, given those 4 options, I want you to hold up either 1, 2, 3, or 4 numbers on your 4 fingers. Show me which paragraph you think is most important in the document. I'm expecting a lot of 2s given today's conversation. Sure. To you, just to you as an understanding of American history, which do you think is most important? So I've got a lot of 2s. I've got a few 4s. Okay, thanks. So this would be the way this conversation would start in a class. We would ask this question, we would then have the conversation, and we would talk about these different parts of the document and the different paragraphs of the document. Then for homework, this is something that I've done based on working with David. I will actually give the students a declaration to read where they look for the parallels in structure, form, and words to our declaration. I think I listed the ones I use on maybe page 3 of the handout. And these are all ones that you can find in a variety of places on the internet, although might be something that the National Archives could put together as part of their website as well, in terms of all these different declarations. And these are the questions that students look at, date, country, some of the context. If you look at that list, you may realize that this also sets up later in the course lots of good conversations. When we get to 1836, they've already read the Texas Declaration. When we get to 1860, they've already read the South Carolina Declaration. When we get to 1945, they've read what Ho Chi Minh has to say there. And I gave you some excerpts of that on one of the pages, I think page 8, if you wanted to look at those. So this then leads to this question. I think these words might even be David's originally. So is it this paragraph 2, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which really is how we remember the document, I think, primarily since 1945, although we referenced earlier that different rights movements, starting with abolition and women's rights, have clearly referenced the second paragraph. It's since 45 that that's become more universal. Or is it the story of the rights of states and this idea of declaring independence? And from studying those other declaration models, it's pretty clear that in the 19th century, and for much of the 20th, it's the last paragraph that's most important. It's the paragraph about declaring independence, which is the main function of the document. But what the students will then argue is they'll argue, however, for American history and our understanding of ourselves, the second paragraph is more important. And this is the point I think David was making earlier, is the national versus the global interpretation, because the second paragraph sets up all of the rest of U.S. history. Since most of what we're clearly in 1776, women, Native Americans, African Americans were left out of the final draft, whichever final draft that is, of the document. Now, throughout the rest of our history, we are trying to struggle to come to grips with who are those men that are created equal, who is included in that phrase. So by doing this approach, you've set up the idea of this independence focus, but also the idea of this struggle for rights focus. I do want to also point out that this assessment question, last fall the College Board gave teachers an exam they could use as a semester exam for their students, and this was the essay question on that semester exam that many AP US history teachers around the country used with their students. I'm not really supposed to publicly say that, I don't think, so just forget the slide, but anyway. So this gave the students the opportunity to argue this, and the most perceptive students argue it as a political turning point, but not a social turning point. Or they would come up with different ways of coloring that particular interpretation, which was, some of them even argued it as a military turning point. And then the last slide, I've probably gone way over time here, but the last slide, I'm actually going to give you something that David wrote back in 2004 in his original essay he wrote to talk about globalizing the Declaration of Independence. And there's another key historical thinking skill we're emphasizing with students, and that's the idea of synthesis, that they're able to make connections across time to other contexts. So David wrote this talking about how you have tensions within those opening and second and fourth paragraphs between those rights and also those things that governments ought to do. And then I then asked the students, I've never asked David this, so hopefully this won't be off out of line. I then asked the students, so this was written in 2004. What was the context for this quote? Why was he saying this in 2004? And many of them will come up with the Patriot Act. They'll come up with the questions about civil liberties in wartime. And therefore, we've now connected the Declaration of Independence to the present as part of the discussion. Thank you very much.
Well, I'd like to thank Danielle Allen for the opportunity to be here, as well as the archives. It's a humbling thing to be able to speak about this document in this place. At Ashbrook, the organization that I run, we work with teachers all across the country, trying to help them improve how they teach about America. It's really very simple. And what we do is we use documents with the teachers, and we encourage them to use documents in their classrooms, and we put documents in front of them and just help them think those documents through. We often introduce ourselves to teachers with a book that we have published called 50 Core American Documents. And the first document in this book is the Declaration of Independence. So let me begin with just a few assertions about why we put that document first. The authors of the Declaration of Independence did not need to include the section about self-evident truths. They did not need to include much of that second paragraph. After the first paragraph, they could have moved on to the long train of abuses and usurpations by the king, and the document probably would have served its immediate purpose. But America is a nation that's founded on words and ideas. The first paragraph, we all know of Federalist 1, says that it seems to have been reserved to the people of this country to decide whether men are capable of establishing good government from reflection and choice, or whether they are forever destined to depend on accident and force. From our very beginning, Americans sided with reflection and choice. The authors of the Declaration used this opportunity to include some fundamental statements about the purpose of government. They laid out a set of principles that extended far beyond their relationship between the colonies and the king, or any of the challenges immediately before them. They included this series of self-evident truths that are applicable to all men, at all times, in all places. From the very beginning of our nation's founding, the ought has been very closely connected to what is. You cannot understand America, I will humbly assert, if you do not understand the first two paragraphs of the Declaration of Independence. You can get that understanding other ways without reading the Declaration. The man in whose stead I am speaking here today, Peter Schramm, was born in Hungary, and when his father told him they were leaving Hungary during the revolution in '56 and coming to America, he asked his father, why? Why are we going to America? His father replied, because, son, we were born Americans, but in the wrong place. This Hungarian father understood the first two paragraphs of the Declaration of Independence. And in terms of our history and civic education, the Declaration is as clear and concise and comprehensive a statement about the founders' view of the principle of government than any other document that has been bequeathed to us. You cannot get as rich an understanding of American history and how it unfolds without first taking the time to work through the Declaration of Independence. Now, in encouraging students and teachers to read and think about documents, we encourage them to try to understand the documents as the authors themselves understood them. So, what did Jefferson say about the Declaration? Here he is 49 years later in a letter to Henry Lee. This was the object of the Declaration of Independence, not to find out new principles or new arguments never thought of before, not merely to say things which had never said before, but to place before mankind the common sense of the subject, neither aiming at originality of principle or sentiment, nor yet copied from any particular and previous writing. It was intended to be an expression of the American mind. It's a very interesting phrase, the American mind. What is the American mind? What does Jefferson possibly mean by this? Do we talk about a Russian mind? Do we talk about a Hungarian mind in the same way? Do we talk about a German mind? We had a student in one of our programs once from Germany who after spending time talking about documents, he marveled at the way that Americans talk about these documents and the people in these documents, as if we're somehow familiar with them. And he said in Germany that they're not familiar with Goethe or Hegel or others in the same way, that Americans do have some connection to these folks. And to take Jefferson at his face value that there is some kind of American mind, what we do in our programs is go back and and used that to work through the first 2 paragraphs of the Declaration. And what is a self-evident truth? What do we mean by created equal? What are unalienable rights, and so forth? One other approach that we often take, which has been alluded to here today, involves 3 documents with which all American students have some familiarity. The first, of course, is the Declaration. And most students tend to know, at least the beginning of the 2nd paragraph with, "We hold these truths to be self-evident." The second is the Gettysburg Address. Lincoln begins this speech saying 87 years ago, which of course is 87 years, referring back to the Declaration of Independence. Our fathers brought forth upon this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty, and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Lincoln calls it a proposition. So by that point in our history, we have people like Alexander Stephens saying all men are not created equal. We have Stephen Douglas talking about popular sovereignty, where you can essentially vote up or down whether you believe in that paragraph of the Declaration of Independence. At that point in our history, Lincoln said that these self-evident truths had become a proposition. In the end, for Lincoln, saving the Union meant saving what the Union stands for, and that was the self-evident truths of the Declaration. So then go forward 100 years with Martin Luther King Jr. and his famous "I Have a Dream" speech. Where does he deliver it? Of course, at the Lincoln Memorial. How does he begin it? 50 years ago. Sounds familiar. He goes on, "When the architects of our republic wrote the magnificent words of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, they were signing a promissory note to which every American was to fall heir." And he talked about the ways that America has defaulted on this promissory note, and how the is has not lived up to the ought. Reverend King continues at the beginning of the build-up to the beautiful "I Have a Dream" sequence, saying, "I still have a dream. It is a dream deeply rooted in the American dream. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed," he says, "that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal." He calls it our creed. So 3 documents, about 100 years apart in our history, where a self-evident truth becomes a proposition, and then it becomes our creed. We build entire programs around those 3 sets of documents, bringing in others, and use that as a way to see how the Declaration can help us think through some of the most consequential questions in American history. The Declaration, as Jefferson said, is critical to understanding the American mind. It is, to borrow Lincoln's description, America's philosophical cause that is crucial for understanding all that follows in the American story. And I would just like to thank Danielle Allen for promoting this kind of close textual analysis, whether it's a comma or a period. It's encouraging us to look more closely at this text and encouraging students to look more closely at this text, and that's something for which I'm very grateful. So thank you.
Get there. This will be easy.
Slideshow.
Yep, gotcha.
Oh, fantastic. Is my mic on? I'm a teacher, so I'm not used to microphones, so it's kind of fun. So if it gets really loud, just give me the calm down sign and I'm good. So my name is Suzanne Vogt. I'm a National Board Certified teacher, and thank you, Professor Allen, for having me, and thank you, National Archives staff and C-SPAN. That's exciting for a teacher from Phoenix, Arizona. I'm here representing that teacher voice. I'm here thinking about K through 12 education, thinking about the different ways that we teach the Declaration or teach the ideas within it. So that's my perspective, and it really does build on these 2 gentlemen's perspective as well, because they're in the same realm that I'm in. So I also get the benefit of hearing the sessions this morning and being able to integrate that a little bit into my thinking. And if you saw my notes, they're really messy. mind of a teacher. Everything is firing right now. The same way that students' minds fire when we bring up these different ideas that have been presented throughout the course of the day. It's kind of fun to wrap it up that way. I also know that some of you are probably teachers or educators in some capacity. So I'm happy that that aspect, like Ted said, is being brought into this presentation, because all of this knowledge up in the universe is really good, but when it trickles down to kids at all levels and it trickles down into classrooms with really committed teachers, it changes the dialogue and the discourse on whatever the topic is. In this case, obviously the idea of independence, the idea of are we reading the text the way that it was intended to be read, or are we reading into it more modern day or contemporary ideas? I also think that I should admit this. I didn't think about the punctuation at all, actually, until Dr. Allen had emailed me and we'd been in contact. And then the more I thought about it, I wish I knew in August when I taught the Declaration of Independence. We start school in Arizona like August 3rd, and this is about the second or third major text that we read, and we read it over and over. So it's broadened my perspective, and that's been really helpful with all the historians and other experts in the room to look at what that does for students and student learning, to really examine the punctuation of a text and how that impacts the overall message. So I teach in a very different context than Ted does, and I was charged with two major ideas. What are my challenges in my teaching context, and then what do I do, or how do I get support for those, as well as where do I take this knowledge that I've learned from today and impact student learning. So my school is in Phoenix, Arizona. If you watch the Super Bowl, when they scan the very big globes, you can actually see my school. I'm in West Phoenix, and my population is about 85% Hispanic. Many of them, about 30 to 40%, are English language learners. They're mostly proficient by high school, but reading a text like the Declaration is hard for Native English speakers. Even those students who are born in America, it's especially hard for English language learners. Our school site is huge. We have over 3,200 kids, grades 9 through 12. There's about 1,100 in the junior class. We graduate about 600 of that because they kind of transfer their, some transitory families as well, or they migrate around within our huge district of 27,000 students. So the way that we teach texts and the way to read them in my context impacts the greater Phoenix area for about 27 or so miles wide, and I think it's like 15 miles north to south. That's a lot of students who are being impacted when we teach and by the way that we teach. And then I also, like Ted, have taught AP US History. I also teach regular, which is on-level US AZ History, and World History. So this context for teaching this text comes up throughout all of my teaching profession. And I think also many of you sitting here thought during these presentations, punctuation, it's really exciting for high schoolers, right? They just love grammar. My mom, who's an English teacher, has the best time teaching grammar every single day, right? But I did learn something I can take back, and I really would like to thank you for that. That expressive, really dark dot is referred to as a hickey. That is how I hook my kids into learning about punctuation. Not a joke. They will remember what we talk about when we use this context of, is it a period, is it semicolon, is it a dash, because I taught them something that is really cool to them. I don't know, okay? But I think that's a fun fact that I wouldn't have known if I didn't come here, and taking that to relate old documents to students who text and tweet and abbreviate everything is going to really rope them in. So what are my teaching challenges? I think many of you in the room who've taught this document before suffer from the same challenges depending on your grade level, or if you've worked with students in any capacity in a different type of role as a historian or a librarian, you've definitely seen these challenges manifest themselves working with students. The context of the document, as Ted was talking about, it's extremely important. There's multiple contexts. There always is multiple contexts. Teaching the students to evaluate that on a really local level with just the document, and then within the context of the revolution, within the context of the world, helps to solidify the lessons that we're trying to teach about these self-evident truths. That context, though, lacks for a lot of my student population. Like I said, many of them are first or second generation Americans. They understand the Declaration of Independence, but they might not have been in public schools in Arizona or America to get that at the primary grades, and I might be their first exposure to it. So when I'm teaching about the colonies and colonial settlement and resistance to the British, this is a totally foreign concept to them. So having that context is going to make it more accessible for them. The formality of the document is hard. If some of you have teenagers at home or children, formal academic dialogue might not be what you do in personal conversations, but in my classroom, it's such an important component of their learning that to look at a document that is so witty and so well composed is actually hard for them. So we do a lot of let's write that sentence in your own words. How do we make that more accessible and digestible? I think a lot of the pictures this morning were so indicative of how this handwriting is ridiculously hard for students to understand. They have to get the document, but it's really challenging when an F, the representation of an S is an F, and they want to make other sounds with those letters, and they're not appropriate for a classroom setting. So that's just like a whole nother challenge that we have. The rhetoric within the actual document itself is difficult for the students. Many of them are in an AP English class, and they are working on rhetorical analysis, but they are not necessarily proficient at it. They're learning it for the very first time. I have a lot of overlap with my higher achieving students. Like, oh, and it starts to ding and the bells start to go off. With my on-level students who may be in an honors English class or an on-level English class, they're not talking about rhetoric until they get past what is a text, right? What is a poem? And they're breaking it down into a more digestible level for them. The vernacular comes out in a lot of documents. The Declaration of Independence doesn't have any like Southern dialect that they love when we teach the Civil War, but the context of the way that people used to speak, which was a vernacular in the colonies or in the northern colonies, really impacts the way that they're able to understand and comprehend the document. And lastly, just vocabulary. My students read on average, even at the AP level, in a 9th grade or lower level. And AP is an 11th grade, a junior level class. That doesn't mean they can't. It means that that's where they tested when they entered the 11th grade. So they're a little bit behind, and building up the vocabulary set is really critical for them to read comprehensively read these documents that are very rich in American history. So all of these contribute to the way in which I teach, and I think the support and resources that my team, my grade level team, my district team as a social studies content development team have worked on are making it more accessible for kids. We don't just read the text. We listen to the audio. There are so many great videos that are produced by actors and actresses or other historical entities that read the Declaration and have the text on the screen. That's important for my kids. And now that I'm thinking about the punctuation, it's going to impact whether or not I want to use that video or a different video. And that really impacts how we learn about the document. Multimedia presentations, my kids sometimes find really awesome YouTube videos, and I have to watch them on my personal phone and not my work laptop, just to make sure I don't get in trouble with the IT guy. The photographs and the transcript are also very valuable visuals for students who may have a language barrier in digesting the text. And academic discussion circles are another way that I think Ted talked about really generating interest for the students. This can range anywhere from a Socratic seminar to a paired discussion. This is what gets the kids talking, and that's so important for understanding whether or not this document is that 3 self-evident truth or it works into that 5 self-evident truth syllogism that we were talking about earlier. And analogies are incredibly important for students. If they can relate something that is academic content to their actual life or to a current event or something that's relative to them, they're going to engage. And that's been a strategy that we've worked on with our grade level team. So they do see this Declaration of Independence as like a declaration of teenage independence. And those self-evident truths become very important. I want to be happy. My curfew should be extended till 1 o'clock in the morning. That would make me happy. Pursuit of happiness. And you're like, really? Okay. But it's a good conversation. It bridges that gap between academics and the kids. And lastly, the big picture. What do we do with this, consulting the Declaration itself? I think that a lot of the speakers earlier hit on all of these notions. The best declaration that you own is the one that's in your family. The best declaration to reference is whatever copy you have in front of you. If there's a period, if there's a dash, if there's a comma, it is going to impact the meaning to the trained scholar. For the kids, having that conversation is the heart of the issue. It's the meat. It's the thing that drives my instruction. If they can sit down and discuss why one is better than the other or rank them in order, they're starting to synthesize the difference between the various versions. And then we see those versions come back with the documents like Ted talked about, with the Texas Order of Succession, the South Carolina Order of Succession. It really impacts their ability to see the longevity and the legacy of this document over time. I think with 3, making myself some notes from earlier, it's really important for my students in my context because it gives us this collective language of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. For kids who come from immigrant families or kids who are immigrants themselves, when they hear that phrase, that light bulb clicks. This is a country of opportunity. This has become a place where they're safe. And that's a huge impact on their learning and their ability to want to learn. So I think that breaking it down into 3 might be really relevant to them. Thinking about 5 self-evident truths, I made myself some notes on thinking about this as their understanding of this country as a whole, which is so important for their ability to be active citizens and participate when they are born here or when they're given that opportunity down the line through any type of immigration reform policy. And I think that those are the really big items that they're going to take away from this new conversation that I've started and all of the ideas that have come from the panelists and from the audience. So with that, thank you so much for letting me give you that teacher perspective. And it helps, I think, to hear these different opportunities for teachers and take those back into your context and think, who do you impact with the knowledge that you have, and how can you make that more accessible? As Danielle said, everyone should be able to access the content and get that complete thought and then work from there to understand the text. So thank you very much.
And so we do now have time for questions. And we also have an opportunity, too, to ask questions that have to do with the previous panel of historians as well, if anybody would like to jump in with some questions on that subject. So, yeah.
I had the one that pertained to the latter.
Sure.
Jefferson used the term unalienable. I was wondering why he used that rather than inalienable. Do you have any perspective on that?
So I can certainly give my answer to that question, although there are probably also people who are greater experts than I am on that one. My understanding of inalienable versus unalienable is that that is an example of just the conventions of printers, and that there's pretty much a 50-50 distribution of those two spellings in printed material of the period. So I've never hung a lot of significance on that particular difference. But does anybody else want to correct me? No. Okay. No, I think yeah. I'll read that. Yeah. So let me ask a question. Oh, well, I won't preempt. We've got somebody coming over here.
No, sorry. I'm not a historian, so I have really no background in this area. My background is physics, but I have a abiding interest in the interconnectedness of the web of life and trying to understand how we got where we are. Part of what bothers me is the fact that many of my colleagues and even my young niece and nephew, when they came here last summer and wanted to see the Declaration of Independence, were quite shocked when I said I was very shocked in high school when I realized it didn't include me. And they all looked at me and said, "What do you mean?" Of course, they are interpreting man to be mankind. So I'm concerned at how it's being taught. And also, in the historical context, I guess I finally get to my question, in the historical context, was any consideration even given to women, or was it widely understood that man meant man? And in the context now, how much consideration is given to women?
Might I ask each of you to address that? Sort of how does the issue of pronouns relate to your teaching of the Declaration?
So I think there's several answers to that, and one of them I think may come from Danielle originally. But when you look at the 18th complaint against the king that's excised, the word men in that complaint very clearly means everyone, men, women, and children. And so Jefferson, in that use of the word men, seemed to imply that men used earlier in the document meant everybody. So that's one contextual possible answer. A second answer is that later in the course we read the Declaration of Sentiments, and we can very clearly see that connection, and the students make that connection between those two documents and understand that this is part of those ongoing efforts that I referred to earlier, where different groups of Americans are trying to expand the in our body politic what that word men means, and trying to get more inclusiveness through that. So I think that in terms of, if we teach the context clearly, I think students understand that there are multiple ways to interpret what that word means in that particular context.
But in the original context, the document, Declaration of Sentiments, of course, was written by Elizabeth Cady Stanton in 1848, which started the whole move for finally the 19th Amendment, and Equal Rights Amendment, of course, was proposed very close to the same time, and as everybody knows, that still is not ratified. So there's an idea of viewing a document in terms of what we understand now, but what was the original intent? If the original, let me ask one more question, I don't want to go on too long, but if the original intent was to include men and women, why did the Constitution not include women? And why was the 19th Amendment needed to give women the right to vote?
So,
in terms of the Declaration, I was trying to get to this point, that this notion of what ought to be, and I think when Jefferson was trying to lay out what ought to be compared to what is, which were two very different things, obviously. I mean, it wasn't white men, Protestant, property owners. I mean, I don't think he was trying to be specific in any way in that use of man. It was the broad use of the word. I think Churchill once said, when he was being asked about this in a speech, that man embraces woman, unless stated otherwise in the text.
Holly, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I would just want to say 20 years ago, when I first read comprehensively through Jefferson's letters or papers, I stumbled across a letter that Jefferson wrote to Abigail Adams just after he'd been with the Adamses in London. And he wrote directly to Abigail with a copy of a bill he'd just written, and he ended the letter with one very funny sentence. He says, "And notice I used the word people, period." So I read from that she had been giving me a hard time about the Declaration of Independence and the use of the word men, which he clearly meant mankind, but she said he should be using the word people. So that tells me that there was a discussion going on about that even then. But with respect to your other point, I will just say really quickly, the Constitution actually says nothing about who can vote until the most recent amendment in 1971. What the Constitution did after a huge discussion of these issues in the Constitutional Convention is left the ability to choose who should vote up to the states.
Exactly.
That was
I can
all
add a
up
little
to
more context to that too, just about
Right.
the nature of the discussions in the spring of 1776. There's a fascinating set of letters among John Adams and Abigail Adams, but also Mercy Otis Warren, James Warren, and James Sullivan. So interconnected politicians and wives, basically. And Abigail's letter was referenced earlier when basically John writes to Abigail and says, look, I know you've been getting impatient, but I can tell you finally this is March 1776. We're moving forward. I think the Declaration is going to happen. We're going to do this thing, declare independence. And Abigail writes back and says, well, so now you're going to get started writing a new code of laws. The tyranny of men has been oppressive to women. So remember the ladies. You need to do better this time because otherwise women will have to foment for voice and representation. And Mercy Otis Warren and Adams also have a little bit of discussion about this issue of women. John Adams writes back to Abigail and says, I find your proposal of a code of laws that includes the women, extraordinary. I hope George Washington will rush out to fend that off in the same way that he's fending off the British. We won't relinquish our masculine system. That's his phrase. And then in May, in the exchange with Sullivan, the exchange gets more precise, and it's interesting because it helps one understand how they were formulating this issue to themselves. Basically, in the exchange with Sullivan, Adams says, yes, the rights of life and liberty apply to women, laborers, Negroes also. And the benefit of safety and happiness applies to all of society. The question is, what form of government will we use to achieve that safety and happiness for everybody? And then that's where the masculine system is the form of government that they choose as what they think is the right way to do it at that time. That conversation tracks that second sentence of the Declaration. So back again to which part of it do you want of the Declaration, and do you need just up to pursuit of happiness, or do you need the whole thing? I'm going to inflict on you guys the whole thing again just for a moment because I think the end is so important to hear. We hear it so infrequently. So we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, driving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever a form of government becomes offensive to these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish them, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principle and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. So it's that distinction between principle and form that's at issue here. The principle was generalizing. It included everybody. The form did not. The form was not generalizing. Adams' argument was men with property should be the decision makers. And he advocated he was going to stick to that system, despite the fact that not only Abigail and Mercy, but Sullivan too was proposing opening the vote up to people without property. And Adams says, no, that would destabilize things too much if we tried to open the vote up to people without property. It has to be men with property. At any rate, just to give you a sense of the complexity and the fact that they were in fact talking about these questions at the time and making a distinction between the matter of principle and the matter of choice about organizational form.
Yep, thank you. I've learned a lot today.
Fantastic, delighted. Holly, do you have a question?
Can I ask a question to the teachers? Great. And I've helped out with the National Humanities Center webinars a little bit, and I'm supposed to help again. So I'm thinking about this very actively. What form is most helpful for you in a classroom in terms of bringing access to these documents? Is it helpful to have them in a printed book? Do web pages alone sort of fit the bill in terms of something you can put on the screen? And if you were to think about what kinds of documents would be most helpful in interpreting the Declaration, would it help to have the kinds of images that I showed this morning, or in fact, are those just confusing to a high school student? Is that a clear enough question, or?
Absolutely. Anything that is visual that I can put up on my projection system is going to help students. Books are not something that districts readily buy anymore if they are trying to move forward with digital citizenship and global citizenry in the 21st century world. So anything that is accessible for me on my teacher computer that I can put there for students, that I can print for students if I need to, is going to make the biggest impact in my classroom. All of the pictures that were up today with all of the highlights, the boxes, the arrows, That's how I teach in my room, and that would be completely transferable to the context in which I teach. It also would be really good for teachers to have access to already made slides that emphasize whatever topic or whatever specific point in the Declaration you're talking about, because it's less work for them, but they, as the experts on the content, already know how to use it with their kids. So thank you for doing that.
Okay, you're welcome.
I would add that this is a huge screen, so we could put a lot of words up there, but in our classrooms, we can't put that many words up. It's not as big a screen, doesn't project as large. So often, paragraphs or short quotes work very effectively, but anything longer than that, we tend to need to have a printed copy for the students to be able to work through.
So just sorry to just follow up really quickly, but would it be helpful to have the full text of the original Declaration side by side with the redone version and to think about what's changed in some of the ways Jefferson himself suggested?
Absolutely. I think in the AP context, you're constantly working with documents and teaching students how to look at multiple parts of a document and take it out and then do something with it, like write an essay or present. So having multiple versions of it or multiple ways of looking at like an actual archived copy with the National Archives that I use printed out would be helpful. And even chunking it and having those on the same page is actually really good for students to mark the text and draw their conclusions so that their brain is in one place and not in multiple places.
And one tiny follow-up.
Absolutely.
Secondary sources, are they very helpful? Like, would it be helpful to assign a portion of Danielle Allen's book and David Armitage's book? Or do you do things like that in an AP class, for example, or mostly not?
Like I've used some of the essays in the OAH Magazine of History because they're short and yet good historiography. A lot of what we do in a teaching environment has to do with editing and condensing things down to a manageable size for us to use with our students. And so, if we're using secondary sources to supplement document interpretation, I think the key part is that they have to be short. So they need to be the conclusions or the, because if we're going to spend a lot of time analyzing the document itself, we don't have time for the students to read longer, extended secondary sources.
Perfect. Thanks very much.
I would say one more thing, just to add. The secondary source material, the more condensed, like who, what, when, where, why, how, historical significance, boom, then I can take my time with the document. Because even in an on-level class, the reading attention span for kids is not that high. So it's easier to have the one do something with it, have the other do something with it. So the bridge is a really important piece, but keeping it succinct is good too.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Woody, you had a question.
Two things. One, I can't find it right now, but there is a website that does already compare the files.
Actually, Woody, do you mind? There's a mic right behind you, so if you didn't mind.
That somebody else could probably find it better than I can, that actually does compare Jefferson's rough draft to the final draft. I'll try to find it before we. I thought it was located here, isn't it? Yeah, does anybody know the site? So I would probably go to National Archives, final rough.
The National Humanities Center, I helped them put together about 5 years ago part of their website that has
A section on the Revolution that includes the deleted clause and with very, the language highlighted in the men. So there are, but the National Archives website does that because I've just been using it.
Is it here? I thought it was LOC, but anyway, somebody's got
Maybe
it.
it is LOC.
We'll find it.
I don't know.
But can I suggest one other thing? While you guys, I know you guys like to do, for the most sophisticated students, a document comparison. And one thing that I thought about that was provoked by Professor Allen's paper was we've got so many different versions of the Declaration, the Jefferson's rough draft, the Adams transcript, and so forth, to have them compare any two out of the 6 or 7 and see what differences they find and then try to explain those differences would, I think, be a great exercise for students.
That actually reminds me of a different sort of type of experiment with how to engage students with texts that might be relevant to that, which is, this comes out of work done by the Mellon Foundation, it's more at the college level, but there's no reason it couldn't be done at the high school level, which is that there are a whole lot of digital work environments now, actually, which are precisely about editing texts. And so you could very easily pull two of the texts in there and have students sort of mark them up as they go. And so it becomes a kind of interactive way of engaging with the text and, having to make editorial decisions if they have to produce their own transcripts. So to the issue of modern transcripts, what if it's about, students themselves are making that transcript and making editorial choices? Is it a period or a comma as they go? Do they capitalize this or not? Do they reinsert the paragraph that was excised? So that would be an interesting structure, perhaps, to engage students on close reading of the texts. Yeah. Other questions for our panelists? Great. Well, thank you very much. I think we can break early and reconvene early as well, then. Shall we do that?
Come back at 2:45, if that
Sounds good. Yep, so we'll reconvene at 2:45 for our final panel. But thank you very much. If we could give them another round of applause.
Sorry, I got involved in talking to one of our audience members. Welcome to our final panel of the afternoon, which of course I quickly had forgotten. The ink and parchment over time. Before starting off our moderators, though, I would be remiss in missing an opportunity to talk about some of the resources that we do have available online via the National Archives, namely Founders Online. This was a new portal system that was brought online, I think about a year ago, that has over 150,000 transcribed letters, diaries, and other documents of George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, Alexander Hamilton, and James Madison. It's made possible through funding provided by the National Historical Publications and Records Commission, which operates out of this building, in fact. So with all the discussion around different ways to engage with text and different ways to engage with documents, another opportunity for you is Founders Online. And I welcome you, www.founders.archives.gov. Now, it's time for the science part of our day. And isn't that fabulous? I love the intersection of science and history. As someone who had started my library career at MIT and grown up on the campus of Caltech, you cannot actually unbind the two. So today for our final panel, I'm pleased and proud to be able to introduce Mary Lynn Ritzenthaler, our Director of Conservation here at National Archives. She is joined by Catherine Nicholson, former Deputy Director for Conservation, National Archives, and Records Administration. We also will have Mark Ormsby, a conservation scientist, actually, as well as a physicist for National Archives. Very pleased to have Fenella France from the Library of Congress, who is Acting Director, Preservation Directorate, and Chief Preservation Research and Testing Division. And finally, last, certainly not least, is Doris Hamburg, our Director of Preservation. This panel represents, in my way of thinking, probably the single greatest group of experts with the documents that we've been talking about from the conservation perspective. Interpretation, as we talked about before, we are an open broker of access. When we talk about conservation and preservation, I would say this is the A-team. So with that, I'll get out of the way, and Mary Lynn?
Thank you. So Bill knows that I need a village to find PowerPoints. So I'm very happy to be able to speak with you all this afternoon, and I want to again highlight my colleague, Kitty Nicholson, who is not only the co-author of this presentation, but the two of us were very privileged to be able to do the conservation treatment on the Declaration of Independence and the other charters documents. So we're going back in time a little bit. As we have been discussing today, the Declaration of Independence is a much-loved icon of U.S. history. The ideals it conveys resonate with the American people, approximately 1 million of whom come to the National Archives every year to see this document. The Declaration has been displayed, with some interruptions, for more than 140 years, beginning in 1841. In 1952, the Declaration was transferred to the National Archives from the Library of Congress and displayed in the rotunda that had been specifically designed to hold the founding documents. Finally, after many years of exhibition, the Declaration was displayed in a space with climate control under low lights that also mitigated the many threats posed to the Declaration over its years of travel and display. When the Declaration of Independence came to the National Archives, it was sealed in an encasement that had been fabricated by the National Bureau of Standards. In the 1950s, this was a state-of-the-art encasement filled with humidified helium to provide the document from fluctuating relative humidity and biodeterioration. But over time, as knowledge grew regarding preservation and safe display techniques, the limitations of the original encasement became more apparent. One important concern related to the piece of free-floating glass that rested directly on top of the parchment. The other concern was that the caretakers of the Declaration had no direct access to it. One could not open and then reclose the special box, since once the seal was broken on the encasement, it was effectively unusable. The Declaration could only be examined through 2 layers of glass. It was not possible to handle it or to turn it over to conduct a conservation condition assessment. In the mid-1990s, several factors converged to create an opportunity to examine, treat, and re-encase the Charters of Freedom, which besides the Declaration of Independence includes the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights. There was growing concern that the deterioration of the glass in the NBS encasements could in time damage the parchments. A plan to renovate the National Archives building and close the rotunda where the charters were exhibited put us on the pathway to design new encasements and to thoroughly examine and treat documents that had been inaccessible for more than 50 years. The new charters encasements were designed to provide a preservation environment for the documents. An interior atmosphere of inert gas would inhibit photoxidative degradation. The encasements would provide a passively controlled preservation environment with the relative humidity determined by preconditioning the contents of the encasements, that is, the inert gas, the parchment, and the backing paper. Temperature would be passively controlled by an external HVAC system, and a non-adhesive mounting system was devised to minimally restrain the documents. The result is a set of encasements designed to last for decades. The encasements give enhanced visibility to the documents in a way that is aesthetically pleasing, supported by scientific knowledge of materials and display techniques. Everyone has seen this image quite a bit today. And I'll just say that this is bare parchment after it received conservation treatment and before it was placed into the new NIST encasement. Over the years, with good intentions but lack of full knowledge of the outcomes of various actions, the successive caretakers of the Declaration of Independence had subjected it to many physical insults. Thus, when we had the opportunity and privilege of examining and treating the document, we were faced with the evidence of the ways it had been unintentionally damaged over the years. The parchment and ink that has survived, if somewhat poorly, for over 200 years is essentially a catalog of past poor handling, excessive display, and numerous treatment, mounting, and copying processes. We had to devise approaches to conservation treatment that would stabilize the document, retain all existing evidence and information, and yet not alter the visual impact of an icon that was so clearly imprinted in the cultural consciousness of the U.S. The re-encasement project was the first opportunity in 50 years to directly examine and handle the Declaration of Independence. Until 2001, we had to rely on as many modern examination tools as we could: various light sources, magnification, baseline and successive photographs of small key sections of the document to record changes over time. We found that the Declaration retains much evidence of the materials and techniques used to create it and how it was handled over the centuries. But there are inherent difficulties in achieving a true condition assessment through glass. As we have heard today, the Declaration was written out by scribe Timothy Matlock on parchment in Philadelphia in 1776. Most probably, the parchment was imported from England rather than made in the colonies, and given its relatively large size, the parchment is likely calfskin. The text of the Declaration was written on the recto only, although at a later date, a title and in a different hand was written on the verso bottom edge to permit easy identification of the document while it was stored for storage. The conservation treatment that was proposed, approved, and carried out for all of the Charter's documents was conservative in scope and intended to stabilize the documents for display in the new millennium. The treatment goals were to secure any lifting ink in areas of text, to judiciously remove surface dirt in areas of bare parchment, to fill parchment losses in areas along edges to prevent any further tearing, and if appropriate, to humidify and flatten the document to have it rest in a flatter plane. The most striking feature of the Declaration is its extremely poor legibility. The ink loss is extensive, and in some areas the ink is really nothing but a faint memory. Different explanations have been made for the poor condition of the text. The long exhibition history of the document is well documented. In the 1880s, a committee of the National Academy of Sciences looked into the poor condition of the Declaration and concluded that the document had been harmed when copyists made facsimiles, though no contemporary accounts have been located to verify the actual techniques employed. A primary conservation concern was to secure any remaining ink flakes that were still tenuously attached to the parchment before they were lost. This entailed examining the document through a binocular microscope, stroke by stroke and letter by letter, to look for evidence of ink that was lifting up from the document surface. We were prepared to consolidate ink on the Declaration using a warm gelatin size, but this step proved unnecessary given the degraded condition of the ink and the losses that had occurred over time. No lifting flakes remained to be consolidated. The condition of the text varies from the beginning and ends of lines, where legibility remains good, to irregular central areas in which remain the faint brown of historic ink but little writing can actually be discerned. The ink intensity of the Declaration varies unevenly in a way that cannot be light damage because the damage is not overall. The presence of irregular patches with great loss of brown ink color and the dark boundaries, essentially tide lines, on some patches suggests that liquid dissolved and carried away ink unevenly, especially in the center of the text. There's even greater evidence of original historic ink loss in the center columns of the signatures. The ink loss in the Declaration is consistent with water damage, as there is no historical account of water damage to the document while on display or in transit. The condition of the document supports the theory that a wet transfer method was used by William Stone to copy the text of the Declaration for the facsimile engraving of 1823. The fact that this damage is localized, not overall, suggests that there was differential application of moisture or perhaps pooling. The stone engraving of 1823 remains the best indication today of what the Declaration looked like in the early 19th century. This is a sad irony if this engraving occasioned some of the damage evident today. And even more ironically, that the wet transfer copying methods was one of the best techniques available at the time to make an accurate facsimile when the epoch-changing introduction of photography was so near. A lesson could be drawn from the caretakers of our historic heritage that when techniques at hand are imperfect or even hazardous, a conservative approach is preferable. Better methods may emerge. Grime as an evidence of age and handling was visible on the very edges of the Declaration. The presence of both grimy and cleaner edges on the same document showed that it was trimmed at some time, thereby removing not only a bit of grime, but also some of the margin of the parchment. So you can see that in some cases the text is closer to the edge than it might otherwise be. One goal of conservation treatment was to stabilize the document, but another was to remove no evidence or information that the document contained. Thus, we had to be extremely careful to avoid text as well as the faint rule lines during surface cleaning. Since much of the grime was permanently ingrained, we used a very light touch in surface cleaning, both to preserve evidence and to return the surface texture and quality of the skin. To ensure that the parchment was not vulnerable to further tearing, we proceeded to mend all edge tears. In addition, we carefully considered whether to replace the mends and fills in the document that had been applied in 1942. And if you look at the circle above the M on this slide, that was a fill that was applied in 1942. After careful examination, we decided to retain these artifacts of previous treatment. The mends and fills had been executed with a high degree of skill and craftsmanship and were still securely attached. This is yet another example of retaining the evidence of the past and deciding not to do work over simply for the sake of doing it. The project was also an opportunity for us as conservators of archival records to consider the ethics and responsibilities of conservation when working on documents charged with great national meaning. Great care was taken to retain all existing evidence, both original elements and later additions. These included all original ink text, any additions or enhancements of signatures, the later ink legend that you can see here that was added on the reverse, as well as stable repairs from the 1942 treatment. This is really the essence of preservation. Working creatively to make the impermanent permanent and creating via documentation a clear pathway to the future. Incised on the outside of this building is a phrase from The Tempest, past is prologue. The work of all of us at this conference today is testament to that belief.
All right, as Mary Lynn discussed, in preserving the Declaration of Independence, we rely on previous documentation of how it was exhibited, handled, stored, mounted, and previous repairs or treatments that have been made to it. And of course, photographs are an important part of that documentary history. And here you can see two images made over 50 years apart. And at the upper right corner, you can see the tear to the corner of the Declaration that occurred sometime during this time period. But if we want to look at finer details, it becomes more difficult to rely on just photographic evidence. Here are two images taken around the turn of the 20th century. And if we're trying to draw conclusions about differences in the condition of the ink or the parchment surface, it's more difficult because we don't know that the lighting conditions used to make the photographs are the same. The photographic emulsions have different sensitivities, different contrast levels. And we may be working not from first generation images, but second generation or even farther down the line. And these images have limited resolution, so we can only see details to a certain level. So to try and provide better documentation of the possible changes of the charters over time. The National Archives worked with the Jet Propulsion Laboratory at Caltech to develop the charters monitoring system, which was installed in 1985. And this is an image showing the top of the Declaration, and the lower image is from the CMS, the Charters Monitoring System. And so that camera produced grayscale images using a linear CCD sensor, and this again was installed in the mid-1980s. So this was, the images were made by scanning this sensor for 1,024 lines. So the images were squares, 1,024 by 1,024 pixels with 1,024 gray levels. And to provide the maximum contrast between the ink and the parchment, there were green filters that were put on the lights that were illuminating the surface. And it wasn't possible to scan the entire document. And even today, to get high resolution for an entire document is challenging for the kind of detail we were trying to see. So on each of the charter's pages, conservators selected patches to monitor. And here you can see the 16 sites on the Declaration. And conservators selected these to monitor different potential issues, such as this mend to the tear in the top right corner, other areas that had been treated previously, some areas where the ink was in poor condition, and other areas where it was in relatively good shape, so that we might be able to try and monitor whether the ink was fading over time as the document was exhibited every day. So here are two images from the top of the Declaration taken 10 years apart. And as much as possible, we tried to control the illumination, the focus, the sensitivity of the camera, all the variables that go into producing this image, so that ideally any differences between these two would be due to a change in the document over this 10 years. And since this is all done electronically, we can use image processing to try and enhance any differences we might see. So taking these two images and just dividing them to get a ratio produces this image. And ideally, the large image here would be just flat gray with nothing visible. That's if nothing happened during this 10 years. What you're seeing there is the glass deterioration on that cover glass that was resting on top of the document. And that could actually move. So during that 10 years, as the document went up and down every day, there was some subtle movement. And so what we're seeing here is the glass deterioration. There really wasn't any sign of any change to the ink, at least at this signal-to-noise ratio we're working with. And here we're focusing not on the surface of the document, which you can see we're looking at the same area, but that's out of focus. We're focusing higher up on the glass, and you can see these cracks in the surface of the glass and also some of the crystals that are forming on that. So this glass deterioration was well known. The conservators were well aware of that. But what the charter system, the CMS, helped to do was provide information on how rapidly this was progressing. And between 1988 and 1995, this image shows that a new crystal had formed on the encasement for the Bill of Rights. And there was also a concern about, since the glass was in contact with the document, whether there might be some loss of ink. And on all of the 7 pages that we looked at, all 7 charters, we didn't find any sign of ink loss during that time. The one thing that we did see was on the transmittal page of the Constitution, there's a ridge in the surface of the document that was pressed very tightly against the glass. And there's one small section about 1/100 of an inch long that was raised slightly from the surface just at the top of that ridge. It was still attached, but we could see that it had lifted slightly. So the charters monitoring system was one tool that went into the considerations for that ultimately led to re-encasing the documents. And as Mary Lynn mentioned, there was microscopic examination, looking at historical documentation, consulting glass experts, and ultimately this led to the decision to re-encase the documents. But before we removed them from the 1950s era NBS encasements, we tried to learn as much as possible from them. And one example of that was that the documents were sealed in helium in 1950s, and so we extracted that gas from the interior before we opened the encasements to try and get some information about how well those seals had held up. And again, this is an image you've seen of the design for the new encasements, where there is no glass resting in contact with the documents. And again, they're filled with humidified argon to help preserve them. And in the new encasements, we have instrumentation for measuring temperature, humidity, and oxygen levels. And that was something that wasn't possible in the 1950s NBS encasements. So the charters were re-encased and then returned to display in 2003. And since that time, we're continually trying to improve our capabilities to monitor their condition. And an example of that, and a continuation of the long history of collaboration involving the charters with the Library of Congress and National Institute of Standards, which is formerly NBS, is a new oxygen sensor that we're working on with the Library of Congress and NIST that will be used to monitor the oxygen level in the charters and with other historic documents that the library and NIST are working with. And so with that, I will turn it over to Fenella to discuss more work that the library is doing.
Well, thank you to my colleagues and to Professor Allen. It's an honour to be here, and I very much appreciate the opportunity to share a little bit about spectral imaging. A number of you have referred to it in earlier presentations, and I just want to give you a bit of a background about how we work with this. So at the Library of Congress, as with other large institutions, we have quite significant collections. We have 160 million items. One item might be the James Madison debate papers, which is 300 to 600 pages. And part of the mission for the Preservation Directorate is to ensure that those collections are available either in their original or reformatted form. Part of you heard very much about the need for conservative assessment and treatment of documents. As we've all experienced, things that were the best idea at their time, we then experienced 30 to 50 years later having to deal with the ramifications. So we've really pushed the limits and tried to see what we can do with non-invasive technologies like the spectral imaging. Hyperspectral imaging means we're capturing information both in the visible and in the non-visible region. And that allows us to see whether there is text that has been erased or hidden. We're also very interested in characterizing the materials and using that spectral response that's unique for every material to see and identify, without taking any samples, what the pigments are, what the inks are, and how they compare with other related documents. And we can essentially then map across the entire surface of the document. As Mark mentioned, that with the high resolution a few years ago, you could really only do small areas. We can map the entire spectral response over the whole document and can in fact go up to the equivalent of about 6,000 dpi, and that really is significantly good fun. And the other area that's really very dear to my heart is that we want to establish a baseline and use the information that we're capturing to preserve these documents for the future and be able to use that monitoring system to see if we can identify or track any changes. The imaging system we have at the library, and most you're most welcome to a visit at some point. We have a 39 megapixel camera here. We're using LED illumination, very low light, very low heat, so we actually cause no damage, no impact on the document itself. If you think of normal lighting being about 3,000 lux, we're getting about 3 lux for a very narrow period of time. This is what we see when you're imaging. We start in the ultraviolet, go right through the visible and into the infrared. Very narrow, discrete bands of light, and that's captured in a set of monochrome images. When we put those together, you'll see as we go through this section of a document that certain parts appear and disappear. And that's part of what we're doing, as Mark was describing earlier. We can actually subtract information, we can combine different wavelengths and pull out and enhance information that we might actually not be able to see in the visible. So we use a number of different processing techniques. I won't go into them in detail, but just more really focus on examples of the types of information. On the left here, you can see a section of a Portland vellum chart from 1520. This is actually, we call it a full spectrum color image because we have about 8 or 9 wave bands in the visible, so we get a much higher resolution image, color image, than a normal RGB camera. On the right-hand side here is the same exact image, but processed to actually enhance and bring up differences within. What you're seeing, that faint green line on the left, on the right-hand side now is a thick purple line. That's actually a copper-containing pigment, verdigris, that's actually eating into the parchment. So this allows us to see what information is available on the actual object, but not visible to the naked eye. I'm going to now run through some, I know it's the end of the day, so I've got a number of images to try and keep you awake for this last bit that you're here for. And just to give you the range of types of questions that can be asked and answered with the imaging techniques we're doing. One of the things I feel particularly enthusiastic about with this type of technique is that it brings science close to the researcher and the curator to be able to say, here's my question, can we answer it? So the Waldseemüller 1507 world map, it's the first reference to America, often known as the America's birth certificate. And the 2 central sections of this map originally had red grid lines that had faded. I'm not a cartographer by background, I'm a mere scientist, and that's why working with expertise as yourselves and other colleagues helps us understand these documents better. So with the imaging, these grid lines were essentially the way of looking at the world at this time period, of saying, how do we show 3D in a 2D rendition? You can see here, once we start to process that, we can start to bring back those red grid lines, and then with further processing, we can really enhance where those start and stop. I processed this imaging and then was talking to the then head of the Geography and Map Division. He said, well, I'm not really sure. And he's like, no, look, the lines start here and stop there. And I said, so that's important. And that's why this iterative process between the scientist and the humanist is so important, to be able to bring these historic documents alive and pull out what is within them. Another thing that was very interesting about this is that when we do some low-angle side lighting or raking light that brings out the topography. When we combined raking from both the blue and the infrared regions, we could reconstruct what the original wood block that these maps were printed from looked like. So this is just your monochrome image, then the processed image. When we really zoom in there, we're starting to look at original printing techniques from incunabula. And this gets really exciting because we're looking at the tool marks. Are they the types of tools that people would have had at that time to make this wood block, which actually has a metal insert in it? Jefferson's handwritten draft. I did a quick slight revision earlier today because you've seen some of these images already, so I had to bring in some new ones that I think you might like as well. And it really, I have to say, I can't reiterate how much of an honor it is and how poignant it is to work with these original documents. It's just an absolute incredible delight. And so, of course, here we have the original track changes, where if it's not his change, he writes in the margin, Dr. Franklin or Mr. Adams. And in the one region here, as I started to go through the different wave bands, I could see there was something underneath this section where it says fellow citizens. 2 things here. The inks were very similar, and so that made it a little bit difficult to separate the components. Also, this document, as we talked about things that were a good idea at the time, was laminated and early on to actually try and preserve the document further, and this helped obscure some of the imaging. But you're starting to see there some of the background components, and of course, as we did that separation of the different layers, we could show that he originally wrote fellow subjects and changed it to fellow citizens. I was convinced there must have been some reference to this and did finally find a researcher from Princeton who'd been going through Jefferson's papers and noted that Jefferson had actually noted himself that he'd been copying from the Virginia Constitution that was written 2 months earlier, and he said, as I wrote this word, I realized it was wrong, so I expunged it, never to be seen again. So we have a new word in the sub-basement at the Library of Congress. We are de-expunging things, which is, really quite fascinating, bringing to light the original thoughts of the Founding Fathers. Some other examples here, the James Madison debate papers. I will at this point apologize for my accent. As you can probably tell, I've done the subjects to citizen thing myself. And I kept talking about the Madison papers, and finally someone said to me, what's this new collection at the library called the Madison papers? I'm like, no, I'm trying to say Madison. So there is not a new collection at the library called the Madison papers. But in later years, we imaged all of we've just finished imaging all of these individual sheets, and some of them are very fragile. But in later years, Madison went through with his nephew, and there were sections where he'd annotated in pencil what he was thinking at the time. Why this is important is because apparently he mumbled very badly, and the note takers from the Constitution debates had a lot of problems trying to actually capture what he was saying. So you can probably see where I'm going with this. So there's a section here, he'd erased it. We can bring it back. And this is really exciting for researchers to be able to pull that. This is like, we haven't really done any processing here, just the pencil shows up very nicely in the infrared region. Enfant plan of Washington, D.C. This was covered by a high glue coating. It was on exhibit in the land grants office, and it was starting to fade, so they thought this varnish would actually help preserve it. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. This is what you see in the visible. This is actually this street grid that you see underneath. So what's so exciting about this imaging is that we never know what we might or might not find when we look at documents. So now we can zoom in and say, this is the President's house, of course the White House, other regions here, Congress House or Capitol. For Jefferson, this was a working document. He strikes a line through it and says, no, this will be the center of the city. We can also start to compare, and I'll come back to spectral curves a bit later on, different annotations on these documents. So you might see the word struck out in a line, and lower at the bottom here, insert of height. We can actually show that there are two different pencils here being used, and it appears that, and you can see that also the handwriting looks different. The lower section seems to match with Jefferson's handwriting. So we're really now starting to pull out things that are within these documents and see what's there. The Gettysburg Address, as I said, I'm incredibly privileged to have looked at two of the documents that are part of the school curriculum. And again, the differences here, you see the first page written on Mansion stationery. At the bottom, he finishes, crosses out the last three lines and starts writing in pencil on blotter paper on the next page. We here be dedicated to the great task remaining before us. We always image the front and back of documents because you never know what's there when you can't see it. And when we imaged this document in the ultraviolet, we saw certain regions that were fluorescing. And in fact, what we found is a thumb on the front and 3 fingers on the back, right by the fold of the page that he changed before he gave the address at Gettysburg. So this is really, really exciting. How do we start to pull out and find this type of information and then start to link it together? We have been working with the Criminal Investigation Lab, USCIL, and there's enough of a print for a positive. We just need a known, authenticated positive of Lincoln's to be able to compare that with, and that's still on my list of things to do. We're now putting together the software to start to put together part fingerprints. It's still under development, but we're hoping at some point, we've got lots of part fingerprints on the first and second inaugural addresses. We hope that at some point we will answer these questions. The other interesting thing about this imaging is that we often generate more questions than we answer. I don't think that's a bad thing, but it still leaves lots of open ends and lots of interesting projects for researchers. Another part of the processing here is when we do what we call the principal component analysis, different inks that have a different spectral response, we can show them up separately and give them a unique pseudo color. So you see here the mentioned stationery ink at the top is showing up white, the writing ink in blue. Within the written ink, you're also seeing dark and light blue regions. That's the intensity of his writing. So we've been starting to look at this to see if we can separate out between periods of time where people were taught to scribe the same. And we've looked at a number of Lincoln documents, and you really do have to look at sequence of letters to look at how significant that pressure is, but it does give us some very interesting information. I recently had the opportunity and pleasure to look at a Gilcrease copy of the Declaration of Independence, and they were very interested in trying to figure out who the author of this document was. What we did find, which was very interesting on page 3 of this copy, was a fingerprint. And this is where it became really interesting, because we now could start to look at the ink within that fingerprint and compare that to the original writing ink to see if we could prove that the fingerprint was actually from the author of the document. And so what we do with that is we take a pixel sample off the image, take those and then create unique curves from those different regions. So we did that both for the regions of the fingerprint and then from the written ink itself. And if you look at the two central curves there, the red and the blue, that's a very thin ink on the document and then the ink on the fingerprint. So we're really seeing a very close similarity between that to be able to suggest that that's indicative that this is the fingerprint of the author of the document. So that still leaves the question of who was the author of the document. We had lots of suggestions for this, and we quite painstakingly went through, and I'll click through this quite quickly, but it was interesting hearing earlier the questions about the analysis of handwriting. And we very carefully went through, I'm just showing 2 letters here for comparison, but took text from this copy and then started to compare it with different authors that have been suggested. So Charles Thompson, you can see the D looks similar, but he does a very different P consistently. William Temple Franklin, his writing is actually quite different in style to what we were seeing on this copy. John Franklin's Man was another suggestion. Again, we're seeing some similarity there in the D, but a very distinct difference in the P and other letters throughout. Edward Bancroft was another suggestion, and you see here again we find similarities but differences that help us separate out who this author might have been. The challenge was people kept coming up with new suggestions. So Benjamin Franklin, again, was a suggestion because they didn't know whether this had been written in Philadelphia and taken to France or whether it had been written and copied elsewhere. Again, we're seeing significant differences throughout in the writing styles between the author and Benjamin Franklin. John Hancock, while there is some similarity in style, we, again, throughout did not find a significant connection between that. John Adams became a little bit more interesting. You see here the G's look quite similar. The H, in fact, looks quite similar. So we really had to dig down and look a lot more closely. What was very interesting, in fact, was when we started to look at the words, his of very distinctively curves the opposite way to the of curve on the Declaration text. So that we went from there to Silas Deane. And you can see here we found a significant comparison between the text of the Declaration and known, and I just will note here that all of the comparisons were done with authenticated known documents from these various authors. And we then also were interested in looking at what was interesting is what really brings history alive, and this is why it was so interesting, the teacher section and all the historians and researchers this morning, how do we start to link documents in our collection and make that literal link? And we could actually compare and make links between Benjamin Franklin's signature and the ink he used on this copy of the Declaration, the Articles of Confederation, and another letter. So we're starting to actually link these 3 documents together. And the Franklin Deane letter was when they were writing to Baron von Schulenburg to actually ask him to take this to the King of Prussia to engage support for the new country. And so coming back to what's really interesting about this is we can, with the imaging, and I've done some test imaging through glass, we can actually, as Mark was showing, track changes before and after exhibit. And this was a map that went on exhibit at the Library of Congress for just 6 weeks. You visibly can't see any change, but we could show on the light-sensitive materials on this a very, very slight fading, a very slight difference in intensity. So in terms of protecting our documents, this also is very significant from that perspective as well. Just one final example here. We've talked a lot about how we have to deal with things that have happened to documents over time. This is another document that was laminated, and it's what's Bartók's final concerto for orchestra. He changed things and added new pieces of pages onto this, and the section in the bottom, there's actually 3 to 4 layers. With the imaging and some significant processing, we could actually separate out and find the original score. And what you're seeing there, the dark blue behind is actually the original score that he'd written. So this becomes very interesting for the library also, because the music division often uses some of our musical collections and actually plays a number of the materials. So just in summary, I wanted to say that the importance of the preservation of the original is absolutely critical, and you heard a lot about that from my colleagues. If we didn't have the original documents, we couldn't use these new technologies to actually bring out and find out the hidden information within them. I'm very focused on this, the concept of the digital cultural object, so we can start to link our scientific information and what we're finding back to the knowledge and the expertise of researchers and scholars. Essentially an archaeology of the book or the document that we're working with, and using these new technologies to actually collaborate more effectively and bring together diverse multidisciplinary fields. Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm the sweep here, bringing in just a few images for sort of bringing together over time. Since one of the questions that's been at the heart of our conversation is, when did the period come into play? Thought we'd show just a few images of the Declaration over time, so you can see how the punctuation looks the same or doesn't. That's your judgment. So just wanted to give you the opportunity to take a look at that. We've talked about the stone. This is the actual stone plate, which of course is the copy that was made by William Stone. But just to show you what the actual plate looked like and how it was engraved. So you can see the period that he made at that point, or the mark. Let's just call it the mark, but I think we all call it the period. And it gives you a sense of the size. In 1883, there was an image made using a collotype process by someone named Gedney, and a print was made of that collotype, and you can see here this image from 1883 of the Declaration. That gives you an idea. So quite a long time ago, but less than 100 years after, of course, it was originally made. And then in 1903, L.C. Handy, who was the nephew of Matthew Brady, and took over, he worked with Matthew Brady from the time he was about 12 years old, and then afterwards took over that studio. Anyway, he was charged, asked to make copies of historical documents in Washington. Particularly, he did a lot for the Library of Congress over a course of time, and I think other institutions or groups as well. And so he was asked on multiple occasions, actually, to photograph the Declaration of Independence. And this is a scan of a print from a black and white photograph taken by L.C. Handy in 1903. So that gives you an idea of what the Declaration looked like in 1903. And as Mark mentioned, we are dealing with a number of layers here in terms of sort of distance from the originals. And this example of the Declaration is of this was a transparency photographic process using a transparency. And it was actually taken of the Declaration when it was still in the National Bureau of Standards encasement. So there were really 2 layers of glass between the photographer and the actual Declaration. And the last one is one that we've seen today more than once, but just to be clear, this is after the conservation, before it was put back into the new encasement. So you can see, blown up image of the Declaration as it looked in 2003 directly without anything between the photographer and the actual Declaration. So that gives you a sense over time, since certainly 1883, what the Declaration has looked like and any changes or not that you may have noticed. So that gives you a little bit of an idea of how this particular part of the Declaration has or has not changed. So thank you.
Thank you to our panel. I somehow feel where we are quite confident in our unsurety of what is there or not there. Before we get into the questions, I just wanted to take a moment to also thank our sign language interpreters who've been gamely with us all day and providing that service. And this last panel with some of the more scientific elements was even more rigorous. So thank you for our sign language interpreters. The spirit of the day has been about discovery and exploration and trying to find balance in what's known, what's knowable, and even what's intelligible. So I think with that, if there's questions for our panelists, we are not answering the question today, has the archives done hyperspectral imaging on the encasement? We have not yet. I think that one question that I will lead us off with is, given the conditions by which we have in the encasement and what's there, what are the concerns or challenges about hyperspectral imaging that we might be engaged with? Fenella, you have a large experience with documents that are freestanding or under single panes of glass, but I don't know how much hyperspectral has happened in a humidified argon environment, which is my new favorite word. But is there, just to kick us off, is how do we find a way forward here?
I think we can safely say that there is no risk from this technique. We've looked at a number of documents in various stages of condition. Some I'm not at liberty to describe today. And the technique has consistently provided useful information if it's there. And I think the other thing to be clear about, and I think it was discussed, many people brought it up, we don't know when we image the document what we're going to find. Mm-hmm. We can't definitively say we'll find anything, but we are often wonderfully surprised about things that we didn't know before we started. So that's a great thing. In terms of the use of light and the encasement, we have done, yes, some test imaging, not in the exact same environment. I don't see that would cause any significant risk because we don't have high heat. We're not going to change any environmental parameters within the enclosed encasement. It is It is doable, and if the archives decided to move forward with this, the technique could be employed in a very safe, consistent, and conservatively effective manner.
All right, thank you. Other comments or experiences?
With one thing that we think about also in terms of the charters, which from the document standpoint, and I don't know whether something has been done through the glass in the way, I know we've talked about it in discussing the possibility, but we're also very conscious just the specifics of the Declaration and the other charters, is that the encasement therein also bring to it a certain, let's say, they're very high tech in a certain way, and also a certain level of fragility. So it's something that we also are conscious of in terms of our thinking about how something like that happens. I understand, though, one of the things has to do with interpretation, and that when you get how the results that we saw, subjects and citizens, is so beautiful and rewarding, but how does, perhaps you could say a little bit about how, how does it doesn't always come out like that, is my sense, and just sort of how do you see in terms of the range of results and what might end up? What are the possibilities?
Right. Throughout the examples I gave, there were essentially two. We try not to just use one specific processing technique. And that's the beauty is knowing the original document, so you're not trying to input any artifacts into what you're actually seeing from the processing. And that really is something you have to be very careful with the interpretation. I talked about principal component analysis, where we do pseudo colors, which actually brings up and you separate out components based on the actual chemical response of that ink or the parchment itself. I also showed a number of examples where we're using spectral curves. That allows us to really definitively track the exact same pixel location, so we're not introducing error from moving to a different region and just saying we're just looking at the A. So we're going back to the exact same location to try and depict any change. So that's more talking about changes over time, which I'm very interested in. So I think there's a, as I said, we can't promise what we would find. We never know until we go in and look. I know there had been some concerns about whether the condition of the parchment would impact that in any way. The way we've set up and standardized the procedure for defining spectral curves, for example, we actually subtract the substrate response from the ink area. So because we know that the substrate itself, if that's changing in one location to another, you talked about tide lines and things like that, that we can subtract that out and make sure that we're not introducing any artifacts into the information itself.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I don't want to hog the podium, but other questions for our panelists?
Just wanted to say, first of all, thank you very much. That was an extraordinary panel, and I really appreciate your sharing with us all the work that you've done, and it's a true education. I'm sure I'm not the only one to feel that way, so thank you, and also for the evident care, considerable care you're all putting into the work of this. I have one very specific question that just relates to those two images, 1883 and 1906, was it? Elsie Handy photograph,
Right.
which are new to me, so it's exciting to see those. So thank you for sharing those. The Handy image looks better than it would if the water damage predated 1906, unless that 1906 image has been touched up. So I wondered if you could say something about that 1906 image.
Yep. I think Doris can.
I appreciate your point about that, how clear it looks. But that's the record that there is from that time. It's been interesting to read different comments about what the Declaration looked like at different times. Read everything from people saying it looks great. Now, in the end of the 19th century, I read that fairly recently. It's hard to know what to believe. I mean, I'm just saying what I've read, to, of course, the fact that it was brought to be, the copy was made by Stone, so we have the full range. But I understand your point. I can't give, it's an interesting observation. One of, I'm not sure if I said it or not, but in the publication, I think you cited it in 1904, from there was an exhibition of at the State Department related to the Declaration, and there was a publication. They talked about there being 12 photographs having been taken already of the Declaration. I don't know that we don't have 12 different photographs or haven't seen 12 different ones. So it sounds like a wonderful treasure hunt that we can all go on, that I'd like to go on. So that may, over time, give us some, and Handy's image, if my colleagues will corroborate this, but it's marked that he took them at several different times. I think the image we have says they're different.
There were 3 different occasions.
3 different occasions. Different dates, though.
Different dates.
Yeah.
And the one that we have, it was from 1903, per the caption,
Right.
from the original. But it's fair to say that the 8x10 glossy print that we have is not a great copy. It's very contrasty. So it's like you have to take it on its own terms.
So whether he processed it to make it more contrasty, to bring up the image, certainly there's manipulation that can be done, unlike we do today with digital.
And that's actually been at the heart of the challenge for us as we think about things, because when looking at various images, and honest to goodness, this is something that I say certainly more regularly than I used to, is that that's too good to be accurate. and the challenge that, as we've discussed today as well, is that it makes us all vaguely nervous that it's so good, and that still leaves the ambiguity very much in the open table of like, what is the intent, what is the answer. Even from our discussions about style and textual tradition and punctuation, it's not definitive to me that this is even that we're able to answer the question. I think that we're able to clearly say, including the range of traditions and the range of interpretations, particularly from the teaching experience all the way to the historiographic experience to the textual tradition, is in fact the work at hand right now. And I think that's the one thing that I can walk out of here with saying, okay, I have some clarity, that's good. Yes, sir.
We've heard about how the parchment declaration is in a very, very poor condition compared to other parchments of even older vintage. Could the spectroscopic techniques provide us some information as to the character of the degradation that has occurred? For example, if it was really washed in 1823, could one see that, given that the damage seems to be very inhomogeneous across the page?
We have seen, I'll just say from the imaging perspective, on some quite historic parchment documents, we have been able to pull up a lot of sort of what we call treatment-related information that's been particularly useful. So it can, in fact, provide some of that information.
And if we knew more about treatment, would it help to improve the imaging?
You can only, if we knew more about the if we knew more about the treatment, it would help with the imaging.
Yeah, would that help? Would that allow us to narrow?
One of the reason I use the term document or object archaeology is that we really are essentially doing a forensic type examination. From what here, there's good documentation, but these periods of time where when they actually captured from the plate, it's not known. At this stage, we would not be doing anything to change the document itself in terms of that treatment. So I think the short answer is that would be interesting and useful in terms of what we can see through the imaging, but we couldn't actually use a knowledge of that or definitively say this damage was from this. We can start to look at different spectral responses between regions and compare them, but we're not going to do, of course, anything to enhance the spectral. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Actually, I wanted to go back to Danielle's question about the handy print of 1903. It's very important to understand the context. It was created in response to a committee of the National Academy of Sciences, and they had first been convened in 1880 because of concern about the condition of the Declaration, and then reconvened in 1903. So I think your question about the quality of the image is probably related to the fact that it was more damaged than it appears in the photograph, and that Mr. Handy, as a remarkably talented photographer, was able to choose emulsions and exposure, types of light exposure, that acted to enhance what was probably more faint, I should say, to be accurate, ink background contrast. And I think it's that context, and they actually wanted the photograph in 1903 because they had an image from 1883, and they wanted to see what had happened in 10 years. So taking that in mind, the handy, I think, is probably enhanced in some way by choice of technique, exposure, emulsion, and gives a better image. That said, it is a very good resource for the kinds of questions that you've raised about punctuation. And as that, I think, should be valued. And we are working actually here with a second, third, fourth generation image. So it's worth pursuing that line.
I read something that seemed to verify that. I read an account once of somebody who viewed the Declaration. It was on view in Independence Hall in Philadelphia in 1876. And this fellow said he was appalled at how badly it had faded.
Well, I think it's clear that that's only continued over time. And that, in fact, I think there was a story regarding a commission that was formed where an ink seller had suggested to Congress that if they were to contract with him, he would be more than happy to restore the Declaration to its former luster if they would let him have at it for a while. But the commission decided that was not in the best interest of the document nor of the history of the document. Yes, sir, Seth.
Have you compared the digital image of the engrossed manuscript with your images of the stone plate and of various editions of the stone to see how closely they overlay?
No, I don't.
No, I think we've provided you, Seth, and
we've been looking at your things.
I figured you had the staff to do it, and you've done an excellent job.
We have some staff, but not necessarily the technology that would allow those images to be as closely compared as I think the technology that you use in your imaging. So, worth talking about. Maybe there's something else to look at.
And we have, in some situations at the library, actually taken historic documents and overlaid them to start to look at the difference that we're seeing between things. So there is good technology and image processing that can do things like that.
Great.
One of the challenges, and you know this, is that the parchment responds and changes in shape, and that moves the letters back and forth. There is actually a staff person who did an overlay of the Stone Engraving and the Declaration, but it takes quite a bit of adjusting, and so by the time you've adjusted line by line, letter by letter, how accurate you are. Each time you do that, it's a subjective manipulation. So it hasn't been pursued at this point, but it's interesting.
I'm just going to hit Mark to fill in, since I'm not near the microphone, but as you pointed out, the monitoring system takes having the exact same situation for comparison. The imaging process for those two documents that created the images we currently have are so different, it would throw a lot of variables into that.
I'll just reiterate that so we have it on for the folks who are watching online, in that the challenge is that the time and place that a particular image is captured, correct me if I'm getting this wrong, also affect what the result is. And so that when you overlay one image from one time to another, it's going to be apples and pole vaulters to a certain degree. I think that's what you were trying to get at, right, Jeff? Is that the idea?
I think so. I think you're good.
Well, I do have a soothing tone to my voice at this time of day. But I think that again, it does not, if anything, the need for more partnership and more collaboration, both on the science and the interpretation, is what's needed here. At the end of this day, today, that's what is the clear result that I see. I think in the past it would be very fair to say that there hadn't been comparisons necessarily done with the archives, because we like to provide access to the materials, but we're not necessarily going to get into the interpretation business. And now that this research has come so far, and there's been such a healthy dialogue and discussion, I see a number of avenues that have opened up here for us to pursue. Yes, Doris.
One question which is less about the science, but that's intrigued me in learning about the Declaration more, is the understanding that Thomas Jefferson had in his possession a copy of the Binns copy of the Declaration, and also the Tyler one, and as well as the stone plate. And all of those had the period. And so, well, they were done 1818, 1819, and 1823. And I guess he was to some extent involved in those printings of the Tyler and the Binns in any case. I don't know to what extent, but to some extent. And I guess I'm intrigued by how much ownership Jefferson felt over time or didn't feel about the Declaration. And since they all had periods, would he have said to Tyler or Binns, listen, you got it wrong here, this shouldn't be a period? Or would he have said, or somehow corroborated, or in some way said, it doesn't matter anymore, or the meaning just didn't have that much? So anyway, this was another question that's come to my mind in the course of learning more about all this.
Maybe I can speak to that a little bit, just because it's a question I've had as well. I've certainly spotted those periods in those engravings. And it's tricky because we do see Jefferson reiterating the single sentence punctuation at a later point. So the draft for Madison comes later than 1776, for instance, and he repeats that in his notes. I can't remember the exact date for that. And then, pardon? 1783, sorry, thank you. And then there's this unusual printing from Virginia in 1800 that looks like it was part of Jefferson's campaign, which is, or right coming up to that campaign, which is also punctuated as a single sentence and is unusual in also having the kind of long Matlack dashes in it too. It's a very unusual printing. So I don't have enough evidence to say Jefferson was involved in that printing at the moment, but it looks to me like he possibly was. And so yes, and then you have the Binns and Tyler ones later. So it's a real question mark. There's also, this is going to sound probably completely crazy, but his eyesight was not great at the end of his life, and by that last decade, we're getting to that point where he was having eye trouble. I don't know.
Another something to throw in there.
I think in answer to that also, to the question of what ownership did Jefferson feel to those later iterations, we don't really know, but I'm not sure that he really felt that those were his texts and that it made that much difference on those kinds of details. I think he had, in a way, yielded up ownership of the Declaration by that time. We know in other instances in which he was part of a collaborative process that created a text, once he had finished his part and moved it on, even though it might have been something very special and taken a lot of creative work on his part, he would just say, all right, that's it, it's moved on. So I don't know, I can't say for sure if he would have paid much attention to the period at that point on those engravings.
Yeah.
Don't know.
That's a fair point as well. Danielle, would you like to join me down here for any concluding remarks? We're at the end of our day. As Danielle makes her way down, so for our final farewell to the YouTube audience, I do want to thank the Institute for Advanced Studies for their support of today and their partnership. It's been a true pleasure. Partnership is certainly at the heart of all the work going on at the National Archives. But also, I think that giving a round of applause to all our panelists would be appropriate too, because it's just been a spectacular day. I can't believe how quickly it's gone.
And if I could just reiterate thanks to the National Archives and on a number of dimensions. I mean, first of all, we haven't yet thanked Quinn Brewster, who did such an amazing job pulling this event together. She's not here right now, but I hope you'll all pass on there. We could give her a round of applause for YouTube.
And all her special event staff.
Exactly. But also just to recognize the extraordinary openness, I mean, I used that word to begin with about sort of the archives' commitment to supporting research, engaging researchers, and so forth. And I have to say, sort of generosity of spirit, because my conversation with the archives started, of course, with my publishing a criticism of my experience as a researcher with the archives. So, I mean, it's really, I mean, just in human terms, I want to say thank you for the incredible generosity that you've shown me in engaging with me around these questions. So it's truly remarkable.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you.
We're happy to participate. The next chapter remains yet to be written, but I think we'll be certainly writing it together. There is much that happened today, and I think that it would be safe to say, keep watching this space. There is much to do, and I think this is an appropriate way to conclude our day. Thank you all. Thank you for those online, and we'll see you again next time.